I'm John. Dan is joining me.
Yeah, yes.
And yeah, looks like round one. We are going to be seeing a match between we got Scott on one side, and we've got by request Caleb or Ouija.
Yes. Specifically Caleb.
Yeah.
Or Ouija.
And oh wow, yeah, we're seeing that value out of the okay, we got some overlay. Not quite there. There we go. There's no Megastone on that Incineroar. I do not want to see what Mega Incineroar might look like.
I wonder, would they just Intimidate again?
Yeah, who knows? Like, double Intimidate. So, Scott already, we've got an interesting team there, so just a hard support start. That is Spathra, Sableye, and also, like, Mousehold, like, in the team. That's a lot of, like, Protect the President, so I imagine we're probably going to be looking at a Calm Mind Baton Pass setup. Obvious beneficiary, like, I mean, Mega Venusaur is already really hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
And Archalon obviously also would really like that. And on the other hand, Mega Floette plus Aegislash as a lead, it's very just, you can't just have a single answer to these pair.
Yeah, like, Mega Floette is going to be that tanky special.
And I think we're probably not going to be... No, we're probably not going to be seeing Sableye lasting that much longer if it doesn't do something this turn. Because, okay, you get your Reflect up, but the Floette didn't protect, so I think you're probably getting vaporized here. Oh, no, we see the... Oh, no.
We see the Aegislash protect as well.
Possibly. I'm not sure. I mean, so the Roselli Berry doing a lot of work there.
Yeah.
Half damage and you're still like 90% of your health gone. There we go. Okay, goodbye. Oh no, technically it does that before. No, Poltergeist into the Espath.
Oh, Poltergeist into the Sableye.
Oh yeah, no, it's just, yeah, because it's eating its berry, right, of course.
Yeah, so it does nothing.
Yeah. Well, Sableye happy it can do at least one more thing, but obviously that Espath is going to have to think, if it's running a Focus Sash, like it's probably going to get focused down. If it's running Mental Herb, which you often see on the setup things, then it can't take, like, there's no way that thing's taking a Poltergeist.
No way. Oh, sure.
So it might just decide to cut its losses and Baton Pass right now. That's probably going to depend on what the Sableye can do, because you've got some options. Like, Encore's always a threat, Disable likewise. Just going for the light screen, dual screens, keep the team safe.
Makes sense. Yeah, there's no chance for an and obviously take out turn.
Well, we do see the Dazzling Gleam. So see, the problem in here is Poltergeist is just going to no-sell that thing, realistically.
Yeah,
like, even through Reflect.
Terrain.
Super effective. And it's Focus Sash, indeed. Yep, not surprising. So that's a very unfortunate start. Scott does have dual screens up at least, so even without any buffs, there's going to be a bit of extra durability, but still, I don't know, I would be not very happy.
No,
personally.
No, if I was Scott, I would be very scared of Caleb. He is at least, especially going true Pokemon.
Well, the bright side is that it was, you know, effectively the 2 stars of the show. It wasn't just the triple support play, so... like, a Venusaur, like, which is probably, realistic, that's probably a Mega Venusaur.
More than likely.
And the Archalon, they can both do work, but they
they both
have to deal with 4 Pokemon now.
They both have answers to Julie. Caleb decided to leave. Venusaur has a power to, and Archalon has any number of steel moves.
But of course, they don't have speed control.
No, they don't, and they are both lower than 4.
Yeah.
But they have stamina. But they have the
Yeah. Well, we'll see how we go. The problem is that they also don't have any firepower boosts, so if you focus everything onto one of them, maybe you can get a KO. I mean, obviously, an Earth Power here is easily going to pick it up. I'm assuming that that's going to be the target. Because if your Flash Cannon's going into that, you're probably not splitting your fire.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we've seen the bridge has already lost more than half its health just from a Moonblast. You do have the lefties, but I don't think that's enough. I think it wants one more tick. Maybe it was a really high roll. And of course, that's not just the Floette. We've got reinforcements going to be coming in. And, oh, look, it's Garchomp. Hello.
Oh boy, oh boy. I think if Scott doesn't be here, I think what he needs to consider is if Caleb or Luigi is going to read the Protect off the island.
Well, I think a concession's definitely premature in a closed team sheet, because obviously you want to get an idea of what's happening here. You might get a chance to scout out some speed interactions. It could, like, see whether it's a Scarf on the Garchomp or not.
Well, we saw that the Aegislash was faster with both.
Which is unusual, you're right.
Yeah, so obviously the Aegislash has some speed investment and probably even a positive speed nature.
A Scarf seems very unlikely for it, but not impossible.
Well, we did see it use Poltergeist. That's definitely not impossible. Definitely not.
But it's an interesting choice for, for a Pokemon whose gimmick is entirely based around doing a mode switch, and definitionally, if you're running Choice Scarf, you're locking yourself out of King's Shield.
You are, but at the same time, Aegislash has massive attacking stats, so it's definitely an option.
Is that I think that's a double Protect we're seeing pulled off.
We are seeing the double
there.
Protect.
So this is exactly the opening that Scott needed in this game, because that should be a comfy KO on the Floette. And now you've basically brought it down to a 2v2. Obviously, your health isn't quite what you want it to be, but the leftovers are continuing to tick. Venusaur's potentially got the option to do some Giga Draining, although I don't think it actually wants to use Giga Drain on anything left on the other side. Like what we got, 2 fire types and a Sinistra.
Yeah. And Sinistra's ability going.
Yeah. So it's been quite savvily played, but I think that the broad numbers are still looking pretty hostile, because speed is still not in Scott's favour. You could maybe pull off like a Draco Meteor will happily KO the Garchomp, a Dragon Pulse probably not. And there we go, the Rage Powder there, just to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Yeah. It's not going to
obviously
affect
the Venusaur gets to
Venusaur.
ignore it, so you might be able to pull something off with Sleep Powder.
Maybe.
Yeah, so that Dragon Pulse doing, not quite what you need.
A fair bit of
big
damage.
question is, so the Giga Drain, that's not the damage that you want.
I think
even with Reflect and Light Screen.
I mean, Reflect more often, I think Light Screen is.
Yeah, no, it's not quite what you need. Still, it's been the interesting thing, of course, about that best of 3 format is that it's still been an opportunity for Scott to get some information that
Absolutely.
would have probably informed different choices.
There's definitely information on that game here.
I think, unfortunately, the thing that was already in a pretty bad position just from taking that double KO, with it not much to gain for it, the Espathra just wasn't able to do what it needed to do. So we do see, let's have a look. Yeah, so that Protect on the Venusaur buying it a bit of time, but, this is actually looking like Scott might have an in here, because the Sinistra obviously can only stall for 1 more turn. Garchomp's lost enough health that a Dragon Pulse will KO it.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the woods, but he needs to play it.
Well, the big thing here is that in the 1v1, I'm wondering whether an Earthquake's going to be enough to get rid of the Arch.
I don't think it will be. It's had a couple of stamina boosts.
Oh, it has. Yes, I'd missed that. So maybe Scott's got the thing here. That's all right. We can hop in later.
Yeah.
Well,
it's at least 2. It's at least +2 defense.
But yeah,
+1
yeah,
defense.
just a single stray caught from. Yep, just giving itself time to pad on the leftovers. So actually, yeah, despite that, I think I spoke a bit too soon, because obviously Double Protect was pretty big in that.
Yeah.
Gave it a bit of breathing room.
I think the Scarf is on.
Yeah, it was like, now that you're in a 1v1, if you had Earthquake, you'd click it in a heartbeat.
I need to win.
Yeah, so despite a rough start, and essentially getting, not nothing, but, suboptimal value from his leads. Scott has managed to turn this around and get a pretty comfy KO on the Garchomp. Could probably have taken like 2-3 more Dragon Claws. Obviously, yeah, so and a lot of useful information too.
Knowing that Aegislash is quite fast.
That's very fast and like clearly slow on the other two there, because we look at
the base
speed difference. It's got like a 20 points disadvantage over the Venusaur. 25 points.
When it megas, it becomes 100.
Oh, I didn't realize. People still build it bulky, I guess. It's the thing is that it doesn't compete with the ones that are normally 100.
Oh no, it doesn't.
I didn't think it gained
Never mind.
speed.
I stand corrected.
So yeah, like that a very, very zippy Sword and Shield there. Given you got the base 85 on the Arch, and people build that thing every amount of speed, right? Like it goes fast, it goes slow, it goes in between. But it's been quite a while since I've seen the Aegislash moves, so quickly.
Oh yeah, it's
so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I think it'll be very interesting, and I think we'll probably see different leads, at least from Scott.
What adjustments would you make in that position?
In that position, on which side?
Scott.
On Scott's side, I think I'd still leave the Sableye. The double screen's definitely played. Oh, we see the same lead. I don't think a Sparker is the right play though.
So I wonder, is the play well, we see here obviously having the Floette and the Sinistra. They're both special attackers, and there's no immediate threat of King Gambit. So in this situation, I think the Espathra could feel like it can just go for the initial Calm Mind. It doesn't need to protect on the first turn.
True.
So if anything, it's looking better for it. I imagine the counterplay is just like double down on AoEs to make sure that you can hurt both things. There we go.
You see that Sableye is in fact packing Fake Out as well, which is also really good scouting for Caleb or Ouija, knowing that there's the Fake Out, meaning one of those moves is going to be useless after turn 1.
And we do see the Machagotcha just a little bit there, so that Espathra looking very scary now. If it's feeling greedy, could maybe even do a second Calm Mind.
Or even go for a Lumina Crash, like just a sneaky Lumina Crash would be really useful onto that Floette just to get some easy damage.
Yeah, it's an interesting possibility.
Because it's definitely surviving both a Machagotcha and probably a...
The issue you have is, well, I suppose it comes down to what you're running, because if you've got Stalwart on your Arch, then that's a definite advantage you can get from that. But yeah, we just see the Bat Pass.
I think it's interesting that we see the Reflect over the light screen from the Sableye here.
I think it makes sense because you've already got a Calm Mind boost. It does mean that the Sableye is going to go down if it gets targeted with Moonblast, but that's the scary thing.
That is very scary.
The Venusaur still pretty happy here. Obviously, you've got a pretty good type advantage. You can't get Rage Powdered.
And it avoids the Machagotcha, meaning that there's no chance.
I don't think the Venusaur would have... I mean, beyond the burn chance, you wouldn't have cared. Like, you've got a quad resistance. And then the other thing, of course, is, like, is Scott going to cash in? Like... Are we going to see an Encore threat from the Sableye? Do you even want to Encore a Floette into Calm Mind? Because you don't have any real physical options to get rid of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, Encoring it into Calm Mind, allowing the Mega Venusaur to just Sludge Bomb it to death. I think that's a pretty effective way to get rid of it.
Well, we'll see how we go. So Garchomp comes in here, he's like, okay, the Sinistra is worse than useless against the Venusaur, makes sense. Quite a few possibilities here. We've still one unknown move slot on that Sableye. And for now, just going for a sure thing. I mean, it might be able to take a Moonblast here.
I don't think it's taking the Moonblast.
Oh, right, it's a +1. No.
Yeah, not after that Calm Mind.
Oh, and that's a...
the poison is
poison, yes, that's very unhappy for Floette. Dazzling Gleam, Sableye should probably be able to... I think it can maybe take this.
I don't think it is. It's under half
it
HP.
Lost too much. Yeah, I missed how much it got shipped down.
Yeah.
But that Baton Pass obviously, crucially, gives the Venusaur the speed it needs to go before the Floette. And basically guarantee the Floette's not going to get to do anything. And then,
And
yep.
then we see the Esparta coming out. Do you reckon it's just the Archaladon in the back again?
Well, I think this team, you can't really, like... The only other real prospect, you're not bringing Mousehold in the back, right? Like, so...
No,
you could maybe justify the Sinister, but it feels pretty likely that you've got the bridge hiding there. There's just...
Yeah.
When you're running that much setup-based, like, what's your setup actually going to benefit? So, you know, you want to put it on something that's going to be able to take advantage.
True. And, yeah, Archaladon is very good at taking advantage of free boosts.
So the Garchomp in an interesting position here where it's probably still the fastest thing on the field this turn, assuming it's got a Choice Scarf. But, like, everything it's got is just kind of, like, it's got medium options against everything, right? Like, the Venusaur's not weak to ground moves. And that, oh wow, that reflects
so much.
And that's so much bulk on that Venusaur.
Yeah, but even still through that reflect, that's still so much damage.
The Stomping Tantrum, an interesting choice. I'm assuming just locking in because eventually you realize you're going to have to deal with the bridge and have better options there. But given those buffs, I don't think you're going to have bigger problems. Surviving. You're not going to get a chance.
Oh, absolutely. And knowing that the Garchomp is faster, going for the Giga Drain over something and true damage is...
it's very, very difficult for that position there. And the Sword and Shield, like, you'll get one good whack, and obviously before you do your stance change, you'll take things like a champ. But then after that, what are you going to do? This is looking very uncomfortable. In the Floette in the back, basically a dead letter now because the Espathra's got its speed boost. It can just baton pass again.
Yeah, it's
Garchomp
also...
outspeeding the Espathra is interesting, so that is also quite slow investment on that. Which makes sense because you just want to make sure that you can survive to do your baton passes.
But as well as that, the Floette being out the back and damaged and poisoned.
And outsped as well.
And outsped. Yeah.
And that Lumina Crash really mean and really effective, just making sure the Garchomp stays locked in, forcing the Floette to come back out and start ticking down again. I think we might not see a resignation, but I think at this point we'd need to see, like, you know, Caleb Luigi's going to need a miracle to pull this one off.
Well, not a miracle, but perfect play for sure. For sure. If and these two players, for sure are the two right players to rely on when it comes to playing perfectly. I mean, both of them coming fresh off of a very successful run at Melbourne Regionals. I know they both got into top 16. I don't know if either of them got top 8 though.
Sinister is in a weird position here, right? Like, if
Yeah.
you're packing, like, realistically, the Espathra may well be bailing if it's got baton pass ready.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it can Lumina Crash as well, I guess.
It could also just
take care
protect.
of Garchomp. Oh, I think it... Yeah, you're right. But no, it looks like we're just playing Garchomp gets deleted. And we've seen it will get a Stomping Tantrum off, but...
Yeah, reading the switch out from the Espathra.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that Venusaur just completely unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
Like, the Reflect will be wearing off, and just in time to run out of physical attackers for it to not even matter. Yeah, you know, we've got that speed boost. It's really, really comfortable. So yeah, Floette obviously going to come back in, but I think at this point it's pretty much there we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and so God's going to take this 2-0.
Yeah. Well, you certainly get that feeling where when you're able to grind yourself back to a win after getting almost completely no-sold on your baton pass setup, like, and then if you do actually get the baton pass, like, you'd be feeling pretty confident that you can just walk your way to victory from that point.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, we saw just one baton pass, or one Calm Mind, one speed boost into a baton pass. Is just enough to make... Or actually, I think it was +2 speed. It was
I think it was... Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Well, either way, you know, the bulk and the +1 to special attack made made all the difference.
And of course, that was enabled by that change in leads on the other side of the field. The Aegis Slash obviously had been threatening enough that Scott wasn't willing to just go for the opening Calm Mind in game 1.
Yeah.
Had to sit behind to protect, and then of course made it vulnerable to getting doubled on the subsequent turn. So the Sinister really not a threatening lead in that situation, and unfortunately not really able to accomplish what it was there for. Even with the hospitality kicking in, it didn't really help.
Yeah, it didn't really help
over
as
the
much
course of
as
the game.
what Caleb or Ouija would have wanted.
Yeah.
And yeah, like just that knowing that the Garchomp was going to be faster, hitting that Giga to just basically nullify any damage that the Garchomp was actually doing.
Yeah, and some really interesting things. When you just look at the team, obviously, it's a lot of like that Venusaur's just so good into this, right? Like,
Yeah.
like the one thing that on paper it's like, oh, the Charizard should be good, but thick fat on the Mega Evolution takes away your weakness. Obviously, like a sun boosted fire move is still going to do some damage.
And then, like, what else is the Charizard going to do into the Venus?
If you're running Flying Stab, you've got a bit of a thing, but
got-
Air Slash is not that much.
Air Slash is not good. Air Cutter is also weak, but it does hit both sides, I guess. And then Hurricane's not perfectly accurate outside of rain.
Well, in Sun, it's down to 50%, I think, so you've got anti-synergy.
Is it?
I think it follows the same logic as Thunder. But anyway,
The
you
more you
certainly
learn.
don't want to bet on it.
No, it's definitely not worth betting on.
Yeah. So, like,
And then the Incineroar is just absolutely useless into this matchup.
well, it's a
considering-
frustrating thing where you've got some elements that could be useful, like the fake outs there. The parting shot is a way to try and bring those like things under control. But then you think it's like they've got you've got the Earth Power that can whack it. Yeah, no, it's a very uncomfortable matchup there. So I can certainly sympathise with having to navigate that.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy team to navigate.
And that's one of those things where obviously there's nothing for like if we'd had a Sableye on the other side of the field, something or a Whimsicott say if you'd had a Prankster with Taunt or Encore or something to disrupt the setup. We saw that it was a Focus Sash on the Espathra, so Encore would have just completely no-sold it. And that's just the trade-offs you have when you're building a team, is that you can't have everything.
But then the downside to a Prankster with Taunt is that Sableye also just ignores. So it would only have half the utility it usually would.
Yeah. Oh, a very quick and efficient first match for the tournament.
For sure. So what other matchups what other Pokemon do you reckon we'll see today?
Well, it's interesting because we're already seeing a bit of spice in the first game. Sometimes it's just like, oh, I'm just back on ladder. That said, there have been adjustments lately. I have noticed that there's quite a lot less rain than there had been past season.
Yeah.
It's still it turns up, but it's not like every third.
It's
team you run
not.
into.
I don't think it's as strong in this regulation.
Well, I think the interesting thing as well is that if people are counter teaming it, that's when it's at its worst.
Yeah, that's it. Sun is currently the weather to beat. Mega Charizard being the most played Mega on ladder, even past the first season.
And of course, we just saw quite interestingly, a team shut it down so hard that it never even hit the field.
Yeah.
Just decided that it wasn't worth bringing on a team that itself had no direct weather control at all.
Yeah.
Obviously the Sableye could be packing Rain Dance. You don't know that
Yeah,
when you're playing closed team sheet.
And as well as that, the Venusaur can just not Mega, have Chlorophyll, and just outspeed everything anyway.
If you want to, although obviously the risk there is that if you don't get the KOs that you need to, you're just getting destroyed by
absolutely.
a heat wave. I think I'd need a very, very specific set of circumstances to take that lottery.
But Chlorophyll Spleet Powder spam is not an entire strategy that wins games on itself. It's definitely something worth considering when you're playing Sun against the Venusaur.
Yeah. Well, and obviously the Venusaur player's got the advantage of information on you because they know how they built it and whether or not they're bothering with it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Earth Power. In fact, we saw Double Stab plus Earth Power, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Protect as the last move slot on the Venusaur. Like, when you've got a big centerpiece like that, and when you've got a team based on setup, you probably want the ability to control where the damage is coming in a bit. But you never know.
For sure, for sure.
Still,
I think Protect is a very fair move to have on this.
we've already got requests for a round 2 set of matches. So,
Excellent.
looks like it's going to be David versus Joe. Alright, we'll just take a little break while we get our scene set up for the next match.
And we're back here with this David versus Goliath, or David versus Joe Goliath match. With David versus Joe.
Well, we were talking about Charizard, and here it is. And indeed, we got weather options on both teams, so...
Interesting we're seeing that for Farigiraf to block out that Sneaseless fake out.
Both teams more conventional than than round 1. I do like Farigiraf in this situation here. Obviously, you don't know what you're going to do in terms of specific counter teaming, but paired with that King Gambit as well, I like the fact that it gives this team a Trick Room mode if it feels it can't control the speed. And, yep, okay, public enemy number 1.
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the double into just eliminate it.
Indeed, so physical Dragonite, I approve. I don't think the Dragonite has the source.
You don't like Mega Dragonite either?
Here I was talking about nothing spicy.
Wait, did we just see Belly Drum?
Is this Mega X, or is this just not even a Mega?
Wait, I turned my head away.
That's Belly Drum.
We just saw Belly Drum on that
That's a
Dragonite.
+6 Charizard. You'd better, you'd be glad that Sneasler is outspeeding, because, oh boy.
Oh boy.
So, the one thing that David's got absolutely in his favor right now is, speed is very much...
Yeah, but we're also about to see a...
Yeah, that Garchomp's popped out.
Garchomp
So,
come out.
unless that Sneasler's that, yes, the Charizard can protect for a turn, but, Sneasler's not usually that sturdy. I wouldn't be surprised if a Stomping Tantrum's threatening it.
Yeah.
Here we go, there we go, oh boy.
Mega X comes out, alright.
3% of all Charizards.
Yeah, we were talking about how conventional these teams are looking. We are clearly proven wrong here.
Yep, alright. So, you've done that, but, oh yes, and the E-Speed lock as well, so yes, your public enemy number 1 is this... Oh, this is interesting because now the Sneeze is going to have to eat that stat loss, and this might make the difference between surviving and getting KO'd. So, like, oh, the scale shot! Oh boy! This is getting wilder and wilder.
Huge!
But you've got to, and in a world with no loaded dice, you've just got to accept that risk.
But also with the speed boost, that's very likely now outspeeding that Sneezer, I think, if it's scarfed.
But the Sneezer's got Unburden.
It does.
Well, we don't know it's got Unburden, but it's used its White Herb.
Oh.
So unless it's running Poison Touch...
No, I think that if the Garchomp has a...
Or maybe it's Scale Shot and Scarf. That would be some real commitment. No, there we go. But, okay, so it does split. They split their fire, so the Charizard does get to do something. But it's got very little to do with, like, pick something and it's going to die.
Dragon Claw eating
that's
through...
excessive.
Wait,
at plus 6, I'd always be wondering if you could even get that thing through multi-scale.
I think it did. I think it would have been through multi-scale.
So, tricky thing here, obviously, you've got to worry about... we've got the KO marker on the Farigiraf, so I think our health bar needs to get moved around. Anyway, King Gambit comes out, and... it's still looking really uncomfortable here for Joe, because you've got your big roided out Charizard, but it's got so little health. We've seen that the Sneasler outspeeds. What do you do?
Yeah, I think that... Yeah. If I'm Joe here, I'm worrying about the Aqua Jet, I'm worrying about the Sneasler just outspeeding.
The Sucker Punch, even at -1, obviously that fighting type resistance gives it so much value. Oh, still, the
Chocolate Berry does make all of the difference here. Keeping it nice and alive.
And I think the make or break thing here is, do we see a Focus Sash on the Bastion Legion? Because if it is, I think that's just game over. Because it needs it.
Yeah. Now we see that Sash and it
like,
was pretty over.
Aqua Jet to me is probably saying that it's not likely to be a choice scarf.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting situation here with the Aqua Jet obviously sitting on top of the Sucker Punch. The Sneasler, that is vulnerable to Sucker Punch.
It is very vulnerable to Sucker Punch.
With the extra defense drop, I think that's probably a KO there.
Yeah, if I'm Joe, I'm hoping that David's just gone into the Charizard mask.
Well, there's an uncomfortable position here because even if this is like a quote-unquote a perfect turn, there we go. So Joe had the chance to take a risk. So the way I was seeing is that even if you did see the whiffed Aqua Jet into the Charizard again, you're still not in that good a position unless this happens, because the Frostas was always going to come out. Even if you had 2 Pokemon here, you'd still be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and we see the forfeit. Because, Charizard X might be able to 2v1 on next to no HP.
Yeah. And it's the unfortunate problem where in this, like, you've got your big surprise from the closed team sheet format, and then unfortunately you haven't really been able to get any leverage out of it.
Yeah, it hasn't really converted.
The one attack that Mega X did was onto a 36 HP Dragonite.
Yeah.
You didn't need to be +6 to hit that. You could have been -6 and you probably would have gotten the KO from it.
Yeah, and then the second Dragon Claw into the Bastion Legion, not knocking it out because of the Sash.
Yeah.
So it's effectively achieved nothing.
It had to give up a lot for it. So you might wonder if we're going to see a few little changes. The Sneasler proving just how good a lead it is there. That ability to just get rid of the Farigiraf by doubling into it in turn 1.
Yeah. I think we're definitely going to see some sort of change from Joe. I like the Farigiraf lead here. It proves to be enough of a problem for David to feel like has to double into it.
Well, of course, the problem was that it was immediately identified as the threat and removed from the board.
Yeah.
Obviously, a few ways to play around it. If it's got Protect, you could always consider just popping that on turn 1.
Yeah.
Aerodactyl's the other way you could adjust.
Another thing you could do is switch into it turn 1. And just...
Yeah, bait out a Fake Out.
Bait out an Extreme Speed even.
But yeah, we're seeing the speed control approach instead. Aerodactyl, obviously, at the moment, it's in a very, very happy place in this meta. It's the the fastest thing that is remotely common before you factor in the megas.
Yeah, despite the grievances you see with this format, I am so happy that Aerodactyl specifically is in a position where it's actually. Well, we see that both. Switch into that Farigiraf.
Not one, not one.
The armor tail baited.
Yeah. Oh, and just going for the rock slide. So break that. Yeah. So like I was saying, obviously no multis. Clearly, I expect that's a inner focus on the Dragonite. Like, because obviously if you're... Oh no, it is multi-scale, so
yeah.
That's way more damage than I was
focus would have popped up.
Oh, it's right. Well, yeah, because inner focus is passive, right? Like.
Yeah, but it has a pop-up at the beginning of the game.
Oh, I don't think it does. Is that a change in this gen? Yeah, but we didn't have any. So yeah, that's a frail Dragonite. Must be very, very in on its offense, because if that rock slide did that much through multi-scale, just imagine how hard it's going to hit without.
Oh yeah.
And goodbye, Sneasler.
Goodbye.
You cannot survive that.
F's in the chat for Sneasler. He did his job.
Well, we'll see. I'm assuming that the Dragonite's now going to take out the Aerodactyl and prevent it from doing anything more, but honestly, like, we've seen as well, it's slower than the Farigiraf under Tailwind. E-Speed is useless, so Joe's got total speed supremacy. And Garchomp coming out here. If the Rock Slide did that much, the Dragon Claw's probably going to do quite a bit more. Rock Slats is a good bring here.
I think it is as well.
We've seen as well, Psyshock is what the Farigiraf's running, so the Snow Boost is going to give Frostlass more durability against it.
Absolutely is, yeah. I think we're probably going to see an Aurora Veil from David this time.
Well, it's interesting because it's very tempting to just a Blizzard is just going to remove that Garchomp from the field.
It certainly is, but at the same time, if I'm David, I'm thinking away Garchomp going into the Dragon, to the Frostlass.
The big problem you have as well is that Tailwind, even with Mega Frostlass's significant speed, you are going to be going last.
Oh, absolutely.
So you've got to worry about what's coming your way. Maybe we'll see some Protects here to stall it out. Garchomp respecting the Blizzard.
Yeah. And yeah, the Aurora Veil just protecting.
Yeah, so
David
I see a missed opportunity from the Garchomp. Because now you're...
Yeah, now the frailty of that Dragonite doesn't really matter as much.
And the match Tailwind as well, so it's absolutely the perfect turn for David.
And more importantly for Joe, this puts him on a real clock, because once his Tailwind runs out, David has complete speed supremacy.
Well, even before it runs out, I'd expect that Garchomp is slower than the Frostlass. Unless...
it definitely is now.
Yeah.
It might have been before, but it definitely is. And it just means that Garchomp is going to more than likely go turn.
Yeah, no. So unfortunately, just didn't hit the accelerator when he needed to.
Yeah, absolutely needed to be aggressive in that turn, choosing passive instead.
We do see the Trick Room. Obviously, that's going to be particularly nice. You've still got one turn where both players have Tailwind left, I think. So it's going to be a little awkward for Floette. It'll underspeed that. That's probably outspeeding Dragonite.
Yeah, or in this case, underspeeding Dragonite.
Yes. But it's definitely that Frostlass is definitely last in the speed order. If you'd managed to if you'd pulled off the Floette switch on the turn you set Trick Room, you'd be a bit happier. But it's still, I think it's going to be difficult to make this work.
He could just double protect here and just wait out the last turn of his Tailwind.
Obviously, there's no guarantee that Farigiraf has protect, is the tricky part. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if anything can just go, I'm just going to blast you out of existence. Mega Floette's a pretty good candidate.
It's like mini Xerneas, mini Fluttermane.
The only thing you've got to worry about... Oh, we just see the helping hand. I think obviously Dragonite is history, right? It's not doing anything. The Dragon Claw doesn't actually... Oh, technically it makes a difference if you've got a Blizzard Click.
We have the Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, there's got to be Dazzling Gleam. But I think Frostlass can take this, even with the helping hand. The Aurora Veil and Natural Bulk is enough.
Yeah. And now it's now just a 1v1 of the two Megan.
Well, we've got one more in the back on David's side.
Oh, he does.
So
he does.
I think depending on what it is, like they're all good options, right? Like we've got special bulk on Melodic, we've got a proven focus sash on the Basque, and King Gambit would also be very happy here.
King Gambit would have been super happy with this with this matchup.
Given that the Tailwinds run out on Joe's side, we know for a fact Joe has got speed supremacy as long as Trick Room lasts.
Trick Room is up.
But we've seen there's Aquajet on that Basque Legion and a Focus Sash, so I think it's going to need some extreme weirdness to go there. Frostless can probably take one more Dazzling Gleam, given there's no Helping Hand in play.
Yeah, and Basque Legion just has Aquajet, and while Mega Floette is a big special tank, as I said before, just like Fluttermane, it's just like Fluttermane where it has basically no physical.
And yeah, that last respect just going to take it off the board very easily. Yeah. Interesting. It's a bit frustrating actually that like game one was such a sort of I've rumbled you, because I would actually quite like to see these teams iterated out a bit more. Maybe we'll see that in Top Cut.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. I would certainly like to see more of that Mega Charizard X. That's
I really like that bring in this environment. It's got answers onto quite a lot. Like, because imagine like against this lot. Look at it. Like, it's like King Gambit. You've got Flare Blitz. That thing's not running an Ockerberry, right? Like, you're getting rid of it.
Oh yeah.
Like, even with the Snow Boost, that's going to hit the Frostlass pretty hard.
Oh yeah.
And you don't have that horrible ice weakness the way that the Aerodactyl and the Garchomp do.
Yeah, I think if David didn't do the correct read of doubling into that for game one, seeing that Trick Room come up, and we would have seen Charizard just absolutely melt through David's team.
Still, things landed where they did, and that's a 2-0, so...
Yeah, we can't change the past.
Yep.
And yeah, certainly look forward to the future and maybe seeing Joe's team on stream again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, like... obviously saying, going in, everything's looking conventional, whatever, but like, there's definitely some spice, which you never know going into a tournament. But obviously there's slightly higher stakes than usual here. Like, there are some prizes, and sometimes people get very conservative around that.
Oh, true. And we see with David here, he's just playing a very similar team that he played last time. Very standard Mega Frostlass team. Very straightforward with the picks that he has for it. The Melodic to counteract any potential Incineroars he has come in. The King Gambit to counteract anything like or Sylveon, which has been rising up the ranks on ladder as well.
And yeah, well, yeah, would you like to... Oh, we should have gotten the extra mic out. Yeah, David, congratulations on your win. Any remarks for the crowd?
I just faced Charizard and Farigiraf lead in my previous match. So it is a bit of a 50-50 with closed team sheet. I don't know if they have Protect on the Farigiraf or if it has Citrus Berry. But most of the time people want to try and get an advantage with Farigiraf game one. So doubling into that slot feels pretty free. Except for if they have the Citrus Berry, then if they get the Trick Room up, it becomes a game of playing defensively and trying to wait out the Trick Room turns. But fortunately I was able to pick up the KO, and then in game two my plan was to double target the Charizard if they did the same lead again, but Charizard X didn't really get much off in game one, so it made sense that he wouldn't bring it again.
Now, did you know that he was bringing the Charizard X?
No, that was a surprise to me. When I saw the belly drum, I had a very strong
you had almost a spit take
that it was going to be Charizard
We were collectively out here losing our minds.
Yeah. So yeah, and then the Charizard X didn't really get much done besides getting rid of a Dragonite that was already in the red, and a Sneasler that was also in the red. Yeah. It did.
Yeah, it effectively did nothing of
Yeah, I can't. What happened in game 2? What did he lead? Oh, the Aerodactyl. That's
yeah,
right.
Aerodactyl guy.
I was trying to do like a fake out and tailwind play, but he saw that and brought in the Farigiraf, and also got the flinch on my Dragonite as well. But fortunately, my Sneasel was still faster than his Farigiraf, which meant I was able to get a close combat off into the Aerodactyl, pick up a KO, and then subsequently get my own tailwind up. He smartly set up Trick Room the turn after that, which pretty much neutralized the double tailwinds that were currently up, so that he was faster. But I took advantage of the turn that I had Garchomp on the field, that he had Garchomp on the field, and set up an Aurora Veil, which actually came in, was really helpful, because like the Dazzling Gleam with Helping Hand did over 50% through Aurora Veil. So without the Aurora Veil, it would have been a 2-hit, and I wouldn't have been able to get the damage off that I needed to.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then in the end game, no matter what, like even if I got crit on the Frostlass, I would have been fine, because I could have gotten a Last Respects into an Aqua Jet even if it didn't KO, because it did seem quite bulky. Like the single target Blizzard only did like 40%. So yeah, with the Trick Room mode, I think my suspicion is that he put quite a bit of HP into the Floette, which also has quite a high special defense already. So yeah.
Yeah, and like we're seeing so far in round 1, teams had a fair bit of spice, and we see obviously the spice with Charizard Ants. I'm saying that your team is just a team. Are you considering any spicy picks?
No, so this team, I think it did well in one of the big online tournaments a couple of months ago, and because I was focused on Regulation I leading into Melbourne last weekend, I haven't really had much time to do team building, but I bring this to every single event and local that I've been playing for the past couple of months. So I mean, it's 6 Pokemon that are really, really strong.
Yeah,
I love Frostlass. She's such a diva. I've always wanted to use
always the
Frostlass.
diva pick.
As soon as I saw it in ZA, I was like, yeah, she's a queen. She's a boss.
Yeah.
And I love that. She's a strong Pokemon in Regulation MA as well. So
Yeah.
and then the core of King Gambit, Sneasler, Basculegion is really strong.
Yeah, and it's just a team that I guess you're just really comfortable with now because you've just been using it so much.
Exactly. And then I guess in terms of spice, I think Milotic and Dragonite are not as common these days. I wouldn't go as far as to call them spicy, but
physical Dragonite is not something that you see very often anymore.
And with Dragon Claw, those Dragon Fang, the Dragon Claws hit super hard and really help to get up KOs when you double into things with Sneasler.
So it's holding the Dragon Fang.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Milotic's just it doesn't come to a lot of games, but it can really help into some other modes if you want to sit there and click Life Dew, Scald, or Icy Wind. But yeah, it is just like a wall that kind of sits on the field and just chips away at things, so
and
you
can
pick up KOs with the other Pokemon.
And it just punishes stuff like Incineroar or any move the opponents use that block
It's
stats.
true. And although the thing is, though, you don't really see a lot of Incineroar these days. I know it's still high up in usage, but compared to Sneasler, King Gambit, Basculegion, it's kind of fallen behind a little bit.
It's just not as good in this format as it has been in the past.
Yeah, I think because of King Gambit and Milotic, I think people are very aware that these two Pokemon are really prevalent.
Yeah, it feels like that's definitely a big reason why.
Yeah, and the other one also is actually the Sneasler, because a lot of them are running the White Herb. So if you're bringing the Incineroar, you're instantly proccing their White Herb and giving them an opportunity to outspeed everything on the field immediately. And yeah, so
it's just not worth it.
Yeah, you chuck a Protect, and then next turn you're free to go for a close combat, or a Diaclaw into anything. Another cool thing about my Sneasler actually is that it's quite bulky and can live the dual wing beat from Aerodactyl.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Which is really handy because it surprises some people. Last time we had this tournament here, Kai, one of our players, dual wing beated into my Sneasler. It didn't pick up, and he was like, "What's wrong with my Aerodactyl?"
Yeah. It was just like, you must be cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty sick. Like, yeah, it reminds me of back in Regulation H. I used to have a Dragonite that was trained to be specifically 1 speed point faster than other Dragonites. And yeah, it reminds me of stuff like that, where if you put in a little bit of smart investment, then you just get rewarded super heavily for it.
Yes.
Like, yeah, so you just get to take the dual wing beat from the Aerodactyl and just knock it out in result.
Yeah.
And it's a good feeling.
It is, and I find that the investment into the defenses doesn't take away from the offensive pressure of Sneasler. Like, it still does a lot of damage. So I think it's a really nice trade-off to have the defensive investment as well.
Here's a question for you, since you've played a lot of open team sheet metas.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the new change to open team sheets that they've announced for Champion? See their names.
Yeah. I mean, I never really, like, I kind of started playing competitively in Scarlet and Violet, so I never really played without open team sheets. So yeah, I'm not too bothered by it, to be honest. It's just one little bit of extra piece of information, potentially.
I mean,
like the wording hasn't been specific, but we can assume that it's going to include natures.
Yeah.
I mean, it does give a little bit away in terms of like, but does it change how people play the game?
Well, it forces
dramatically
stuff like, I think it forces stuff like Sneasler to always be jolly over adamant because you want to outspeed their Sneasler.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing will be speed.
Yeah.
I
don't think they'll have EV investments in the team sheets though.
No, that's true. So I don't know if it'll give too much away. Like, the other thing will be like seeing if speed and also your defensive Pokemon, your support Pokemon, seeing whether or not they are physically bulky or specially bulky, might change which offensive Pokemon people bring to their matchups, so that they can deal with the support Pokemon effectively. So it might give them a little more information into whether or not they bring their physical attackers or their special attackers.
For sure.
But yeah, I think I need to go see if the next round's up.
No worries.
Thank you for letting me chat.
Yes, thanks for jumping on. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break as well until round 3 starts. We'll be back in a moment.
All right, we're back. So Caleb's going to be joining me for this round.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Yeah, great to have, so the nice thing about buys, you get the chance to shuffle people around. It means that, Dan and I aren't just going to have to be constantly doing an hour of non-stop talking. Ooh, okay, we've got some spice here.
Some interesting leads. We've got the Mimikyu and Hydreigon for Corey, while Simon is leading with the Giraffe and the Ensign.
Yeah, certainly one lot much more conventional than the other.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this Giraffe loves to see this Hydreigon here, although the Ensign applies the fake out pressure.
Obviously, like the fake out there, if you're playing the numbers game, it's reasonable chance to expect a choice scarf on the Hydreigon because you've just got that horrible speed otherwise. Like,
right, yeah.
Way too many things threaten it.
But the really interesting sand mirror here, but it looks like the Simon side is going to prefer to see a little bit more of the Trick Room. Exactly what he goes for.
Yeah, that play rough missing, a bit unfortunate, but it wasn't going to one-shot that thing.
No.
Mimikyu, not the terror that it had been in the past.
Yeah, and now Hydreigon's not loving being the fastest thing on this field here.
No. On the other hand, unless, Frigoref, I think, still can learn Dazzling Gleam, but doesn't ever run it these days.
No, I think he'd love to get that Sylveon or something like that in here.
Yeah. Yeah, T-Tar obviously, he doesn't really mind about the Trick Room too much.
Get the Tyranitar coming in, we get the Incineroar switching out, with the Parting Shot, we've got a revolving door of Pokemon.
Yep. I wonder if, maybe you just see another T-Tar, if Drampa wants to come in here, is it running Cloud9?
Oh, I think Sylveon loves to be in
happy.
here against the two Dark types.
Yeah.
Love to use its Pixelate on these.
Oh, and just assuming that the T-Tar would switch out, just looking to punish that. And that Snarl, wow, that Farigiraf just winning the lottery twice now. But that's, the target you really wanted to hit is right there, obviously. The Sylveon's so much less scary now that you've got it at -1.
That's right. I still think this Hydreigon's in a world of hurt if it stays in here, so it might look to switch out and put something in that's going to take a fairy move a little bit better. Yeah. But that Tyranitar switch in on the Twin Beam, that would have broken the Disguise and then done some more damage on the Mimikyu is huge there, so it's a great switch.
Yeah, some interesting options here. Obviously, the Excadrill, if you're running Sand Rush, it really doesn't like the Trick Room. Corviknight is... obviously it can take whatever the Sylveon can dish out fine.
See the Farigiraf come back and Incineroar come in, so two Pokemon that love being in Trick Room.
Yep, and obviously you want to mitigate the damage on the T-Tar and the Hydreigon just staying in. So either it's gambling that it can take... Is that a Rosalie Berry? No, it's just a Protect Delay.
No, I think it's going to have a tough time getting through this turn.
Even at -1, you're not taking that. But maybe, Corey possibly just judging that...
Yeah, I'm not sure that critical hit mattered.
No, probably at -1, probably not. At -2, I think it would have.
Yeah, possibly. If it's a bit bulkier.
Yeah, the quadruple weakness is a bit unfortunate for Hydreigon.
We see the Mimikyu come back in, so it's not intimidated. It has the chance to do some good damage if it can manage to hit its moves into the Sylveon.
Yes, it's not had the best luck so far. T-Tar, obviously the Sylveon's at -1, and you've got the Sandstorm defense boost, but this is you're still gonna get unhappy over time.
The Tyranitar is probably the thing on Corey's side that's going to want to Mega Evolve the most. We didn't see that last time while it protected, but we probably will see that now and then try to go on the offense and start exerting some damage.
And the other tricky thing it obviously has to deal with is there's fake out pressure coming in, and it's just protected on the last turn. So it's quite possibly not even going to get to do anything.
Right.
Not a guaranteed Mega on that T-Tar. Oh, okay, there we go. just I spoke too soon. The interesting situation, obviously, where there's no counter weather. So you don't need to hold your Mega Revolution back just to make sure you win the Weather Wars.
Yes, and if Cloud9 comes in on this Drampa, then we can get the sand going away either way.
Well, that could make a pretty meaningful difference to the damage coming in. Losing that special defense boost would be big.
Should we for a Hyper Beam or something like that?
Yes.
I'm not sure if we will.
It's a pretty big commitment. Well, let's see. So Simon taking a bit of time to choose exactly.
And it is the Drampa coming in.
Yes, come on, Cloud9, baby.
Not Cloud9, not Cloud9. It's probably going for the Berserk in its base form.
On your regular? You get Berserk when you Mega Evolve anyway.
I guess no one needs to go for the anti-synergy with the Zone Sand.
It's true. Anyway, Calm Mind on the Sylveon.
Yeah,
so
managing to get back to
neutral.
Rock Slide connecting with both, and Play Rough actually managing to land onto its target, but after that Intimidate onto the Tyranitar, Sylveon manages to take both of those attacks, and it's looking like both of Simon's Pokemon are still going to go last on this, I think, last turn of Trick Room.
I think so. It's outside the reach of a Shadow Sneak. We've seen Protect on the T-Tar, and it's got every reason to click it.
Yeah, and if Mimikyu can do that as well, then that could be a really safe way to get out of the Trick Room, and then suddenly he's got the speed advantage with every Pokemon.
Yeah. If you're feeling really, really spicy, you could maybe risk sacrificing one of them, get Excadrill in for free. Once Trick Room's done, you're going to be super, super fast. But equally, they're slow enough. I guess you don't really need the Sand Rush.
I think everything should be going faster either way. So there we go. One Protect.
There we
and
go.
2
Playing
Protects.
Nice
So getting out of that Trick Room environment that these speedier Pokemon, or not super speedy, but slightly speedier Pokemon can enjoy their offense without getting KO'd first.
Yes, the 2 Hyper Voice buddies there.
Yes.
Obviously, Dramper's Hyper Voice not going to do much.
No, Dramper's Hyper Voice wouldn't have been the most, the loudest voice in the room.
And I think Sand will be running out soon as well. So
yeah, down to the last turn of Sandstorm.
Yeah, which pretty relevant actually. Obviously, the Sylveon's in deep trouble right now, but the Dramper can probably take what they have to dish out.
Get a Berserk boost for its troubles as well.
Yeah, because all of the Intimidate plus Parting Shot.
That's right, yeah. So both Pokemon on -1 attack over on Corey's side. I still think that a Play Rough would hit pretty hard if it managed to connect onto the Dramper.
Yeah.
But Incineroar can easily come back in and apply another Intimidate for once, and we see the Sylveon
Two can play that game.
Oh,
wow.
Play Rough going into
Possibly
the Protect.
Reading a Protect on the Dramper, I wonder.
But a low kick.
There we go.
Oh, and that's one heavy dragon.
Boy.
Managing to just hang on. Getting the special attack boost.
Alrighty.
Oh, and the worst! Wow, that's huge.
That's very, very huge.
And almost unfortunate that Sandstorm is subsiding. Otherwise, could get another Berserk boost here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, like,
a very interesting position where you can bring in that Incineroar and get another Intimidate and then possibly take these combination of attacks. I think the Play Rough and Low Kick might be a little bit too much. You see him trying to go for something.
Yeah, but of course that implicit pressure that Sylveon has there, if you ignore it and it Hyper Voices, you're not going to like that.
Yeah, that's right.
So we do see
here's the Play Rough.
Yeah, we do see the Play Rough, and we've seen like that Low Kick's definitely going to be survivable.
Yeah, unless it gets a critical hit, which it doesn't.
Yeah.
Now we could see some big damage coming out with another special attack boost.
Oh boy.
Oh, this Dramp is absolutely on the rampage, completely berserk and managing to do so much damage with that +2 Dragon Pulse, but not getting the KO even despite Sandstorm going down.
I mean, Mega T-Tar proving its value there.
Yeah.
The extra bulk you get, giving it enough to survive, but you're still not really that happy. You're at -2. You're looking at a Fake Out. The Mimikyu, obviously, it's not feeling too threatened. The Ensign can't act before it.
Yeah, and still in the tricky position where even if you can fake out one of these Pokemon, the other one can still move before and KO the Dramper.
Yeah, so you almost wonder if and obviously the big unknown question is what do you have in the back? Because depending on what you have, you might want to bail with the T-Tar, but it could just be you've got a Excadrill with a Focus Sash that you don't want broken switching into a Fake Out.
That's right, and you don't need the Sand for the Excadrill. It's still going to be faster than everything over on Simon's side.
Yeah. Like, we know that there's no Excadrill on the other team. All 4 have already been shown. So that Focus Sash is what's valuable about it. But of course that Tyranitar's very unhappy at -2.
Yeah. A tricky situation where Simon wants to get the Farigiraf back in to set up another Trick Room, but can't really do that safely with so much damage still being face down from this other side. You get the Fake Out going into the Protect.
And reading possibly a switch on the Mimikyu side, an interesting Fake Out choice, but pretty free given that the T-Tar protected anyway.
Yeah, maybe or almost an intentional sacrifice on that Dramper, not being able to get too much damage out. And from the moves that we saw from it, I don't think it will have possibly any way to touch that Mimikyu.
No.
Hyper Voice and Dragon Pulse just revealed.
Yeah, like possibly helpless there. The interesting question is, do you feel comfortable? Like, you basically have to bring the Farigiraf back in.
I think so. I think the Sylveon is too low.
And we know it's slow. But, like, that T-Tar's, even at -2, like, it's probably packing, like, Knockoff or Crunch.
Yeah, I think we saw the... Did we see a Knockoff before?
I'm not sure we have.
Maybe not.
I can't remember. It's been pretty cagey in how it's played. I think it's mostly just protected.
Protecting and getting faked out.
Yes.
And Low Kick. We did see the Low Kick,
Possibly a Rock Slide? I'm not sure we even saw that. Production is helpfully scrolling up to show us the battle.
Yes, we have seen Rock Slide.
Yep. But down at -2, like, I'd feel pretty confident that the Farigiraf could handle it.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
obviously,
it could take it, especially
like-
if it had a Colbur Berry or something like that would help.
Yeah, like, or even Citrus. Like, critical hits,
Mm.
obviously, that's going to be very unhappy, but it's like, they're always a factor. You can't just assume they're never going to happen.
Simon taking all his time here, thinking about
Yeah, I'm
which we're going
hoping
to
we
bring
don't
in.
have any connection issues.
Yes.
Um,
No player is using up any of their your time, so I'm not sure what that means.
well, it's possible that the game has just moved on without us. I might just go and scout.
And if this game is ongoing without any connection issues, then we're in a very interesting position where if another Trick Room comes up, then the Sylveon could potentially come back in and get a lot of offense off. And we do see that that the game is working. There's no connection issues, and the Giraffe is here. So Simon in a great place to go for a Trick Room and a parting shot, and if the Incineroar doesn't get flinched and there's no KO on the Farigiraf, then could manage to get that Sylveon in for 5 turns of Trick Room.
Oh, good. I was getting worried. But yeah, that's such a free Trick Room click, really. You've got all that health. I think... But the other question you've got to go is, like, yes, you can pretty safely get the Trick Room up, but once you've got it up, you've lost a lot of your resources. Like, your Sylveon's very badly hurt. Mimikyu can probably take, like, something that it has to throw out.
Yeah, and if this Mimikyu has Shadow Sneak, some sort of
we've had something
connection
went a bit
issue going
weird
on
there.
here.
Yep. Very curious, because the player's very much still at it. That's definitely not been a not been a timeout on their end. I think we'll just have to ask them nicely to
re-enter the lobby.
Wait for us. All right. Well, we'll do what we can with these tech issues. Be right back. Alright, yeah, so we've had, unfortunately, a disconnect. The tournament organisers are figuring out what they're going to do with it. But yeah, as we were saying off mic, the outcome, I think, could have gone either way, and pretty much just revolved on what Corey had in the back.
Yeah, if that was a Rotom Wash in the back, then that would not be what that Incineroar wanted to see. However, something like the Excadrill or even the Corviknight, that could definitely be something that would take big damage from a big fire move like a Flare Blitz.
Yeah. The Sylveon, obviously, didn't have much in the way of resources, but I think could take a Shadow Sneak from the -2 Mimikyu.
Especially if there was a parting shot going into that slot, bringing it down to a further lowered stage of attack. Could have gotten to a position where it could send off a really big Hyper Voice, and then we had the Twin Beam that we saw revealed before to possibly sort of break the disguise and then do a bit more damage there as well. So definitely options for both players going into that endgame, which would have been very interesting to see.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll be able to get things back up again. It's a tricky thing. I've got very little play experience from back in Scarlet Violet, but it certainly feels like Champions has had a few little hiccups with maintaining connection here and there. Hopefully things will get a bit more stable as we go.
Yes. Hopefully for the major tournaments we'll have some better connection options.
Yes. Well, if nothing else, at least it's theoretically possible to do a wired connection, like, because you're going over the internet anyway.
Yes,
But
yes.
Obviously, doesn't work for a card shop. Everyone's just got to
No,
hop on the Wi-Fi and
That's
hope.
right, that's right. When you're getting all those switches on one Wi-Fi network, it can be overwhelming. Yes. But it would be very interesting to see how both players adapt going into a game 2.
Yeah, because it was very interesting actually to see the Dramper. It got to play its script perfectly, right? It got 2 Berserk boosts, and yet it still didn't quite have enough to get the T-Tar taken out.
That Mimikyu was just the perfect counter to it as well. Could resist or sort of be completely immune to its two types for going for the same type of attack bonus. We didn't see if there was another attacking move that it could actually hit it with. It could completely wall that Dramper.
Yeah. Interesting questions as well, because obviously in the closed team shit thing, we don't know whether that's the only Mega in the team and whether it's like leaving it behind is going, oh, well, I'm just giving up on all this power that I could otherwise have. Like, obviously you've got 2 other potential Megas on the team.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see if that Tyranitar was carrying a Mega Stone.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more surprised to see it on the Excadrill, but I certainly think bringing either of those Sand Pokemon into a guaranteed Sandstorm could certainly find a pretty happy place in this match.
All right, so I think it's looking likely that it'll be a replay, which I think is fair enough. Obviously, the game was quite advanced, so for the schedule, it's a bit unfortunate. But
yeah, and I guess we were in the position where it was a 3-on-3, so it's hard to say that one player has a distinct advantage there, especially with the options we were saying to get into a second Trick Room.
Yeah, like, it's definitely not a situation where, you're facing down, oh no, I've got, one poison guy, and you've got 3 people who can just click Protect. Even if I were to KO everything, it's, definitely a possible thing.
That's right.
So, we'll see how we go. They might apply a time penalty to it, but, yeah, basically it's going to be a run back.
Yeah, especially with the way that both of these players played that last game, it'd be really interesting to see how they adapt to a sort of time restriction, because both really sort of taking their time, sort of long drawn out forward planning, getting through a whole Trick Room, and then still having plenty of Pokemon available on both ends. So
and a reasonable prospect of setting a second Trick Room.
That's right.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that certainly on the face of it, Corey doesn't have any amazing options to completely no-sell the Trick Room. Right, like the Incin next to the Freegraph is a really safe lead. Like, you can't do anything at all to fake it out. Even if you lead the T-Tar, you've got super effective stab into it, but you're intimidated and you could just be faked out before you can do anything. So
and it looks like he takes that advice exactly and brings back those exact Pokemon that you just mentioned with that great Trick Room setting lead. And we do have a run back with the Mimikyu and Hydreigon here as well.
And of course we did have that thing, the game 1, we did have that 1 in 10 miss chance kicked in. The Play Rough did whiff into the Freegraph. Obviously, there's no way it was going to KO, but it would still make some pretty big impact.
Yeah, and it looks like we get a switch up with the Tyranitar coming in straight away. And we'll see. We do get a fake out going into that slot, so not going to do anything this turn.
Obviously, you have to respect the potential for the Dark Pulse.
That's right.
That would have, even with a Colbert Berry, I think Dark Pulse plus Play Rough is
especially with that Play Rough hitting. But we do see how well that Freegraph is able to take that Play Rough after the Intimidate.
Yeah,
and
very bulky.
Now in a position that these 2 Pokemon love to see, the Trick Room with the Mimikyu at the -1, the Tyranitar happy to come in not at -1 and able to exert some super effect. Both of these Pokemon.
Of course, it is undersped, so I wouldn't be surprised if the first thing we see, this is just the parting shot, comes straight out.
I would not be surprised at all.
That thing, it's so versatile. It's got the ludicrous move pool, the coverage, you can just click Rock Slide 4 times in a row and just grind everything down. So you want to put the brakes on it.
I mean, the other thing we could be seeing is that both of these Pokemon just go on the offense and try and take out this Mimikyu and possibly get the Dramper into a safer position later in the game. See what these players go for as this Mega Tyranitar does Mega Evolve again, gets Parting Shot for its troubles.
If I'm in Simon's position, I think I'm trying to get the Sylveon in here.
Yeah, definitely over a Dramper.
That's your other way to try and chip away at the Mimikyu. Oh wait, I can't actually remember if the disguise is bypassed by sound or not. There we go, the Twin Beam hits.
Yes, and that's one hit that's going to take out the disguise, and thankfully for this Giraffe, it's got a second Twin Beam coming through again. And some pretty solid damage, taking this Mimikyu down to nearly half.
Yeah, not the bulkiest Pokemon. Really, the disguise is necessary for it in that environment.
Get this -1 Rock Slide coming through, so doing some good chip damage, but both of these Pokemon able to take that pretty comfortably, but a pretty big play rough coming through there. Almost able to knock out the Farigiraf after that Sandstorm chip, but just hanging around on 3 hit points.
Yeah, quite frustrating not getting that. I mean, the silver lining, I suppose, is that Corey's doesn't look like it's a super priority heavy team. So if the Farigiraf stays on the field, you know it's going to get KO'd by the Sandstorm.
Yes,
if it switches out, at the very least, you know it's not going to get a chance to set Trick Room up again without some serious shenanigans.
Yeah, and this would be a pretty good spot to bring back in that Incineroar, get another Intimidate drop on both of these physical attackers. There's really not much downside to that, and keep that Farigiraf for a little later.
Especially because the Mimikyu's also under pressure to switch out, so that means that something fresh is getting intimidated instead.
You see exactly that. The Farigiraf coming out and the Incineroar coming in, dropping down another Intimidate, and these Pokemon now are both down to -2 attack, and they're not going to be doing as much as they were before.
And that implicit pressure as well. Like, you know that Hydreigon in the back is completely helpless. Under Trick Room conditions, it's just going to be vaporized as soon as it hits the field.
Right, and we see some really good damage coming out from this Hyper Voice, despite the increased bulk from the Mega, despite the increased special defense from the Sandstorm, and that Rock Slide in return is not doing very much.
Even super effective in the Incineroar, that's, what, maybe like a fifth of its health?
Yeah.
Maybe less. The Sandstorm chip is obviously helping, but yeah, like, this is really comfortable position for that Sylveon. Even with half your health gone, you're just tearing through this team.
A very comfortable place to just do the exact same thing and click another Hyper Voice, and this Incineroar can either go for another Fake Out or a Parting Shot, because it'll be going before either of these Pokemon here, and not a lot that Corey can do about that. Oh, the Helping Hand!
Yeah, so that, because I was thinking, T-Tar was like on the verge of taking another Hyper Voice.
Yeah, not want to take any chances with any damage rolls. We see the Tyranitar will be sticking around this turn as it goes for a Protect. Trying to stall out some of those Trick Room turns.
I don't think Mimikyu's got it here.
No, Mimikyu might struggle to get through this. Yes, it does have that Disguise, but once that's broken, it doesn't have the best defenses.
And the tricky thing here, of course, is that one thing you know in the back is absolute poison. Hydreigon is just, it cannot possibly survive.
Yes.
We don't know it has a focus choice scarf, but it's very likely.
Yeah.
And we see the Excadrill. Well, on the one hand, you are a Steel type.
That's true.
On the other hand, you're a Steel type, and that Incineroar might have Flare Blitz.
Yes, but this Excadrill only has one more turn of Trick Room to get through, so it could just Protect on this turn, and the Tyranitar could maybe switch out, or just choose to go down, and then this Excadrill suddenly will have a speed advantage over everything on the other side.
So we do see that hard sacrifice of the T-Tar. Quite expensive because the Trick Rooms run out.
And just the damage, no Protect.
Oh no!
That Excadrill is right down to the Focus Sash.
So I think it's going to be Tyranitar against the world,
I
unless
think
the Sylveon's doing something very strange.
I think this Sylveon is going to love to go for a Hyper Voice right here.
I think this is going to be a very easy decision.
And we see the confirmation of the Citrus Berry on the Incineroar, and we see a massive Hyper Voice come out and get 2 big KOs.
Very unfortunate. A Protect on that Excadrill. I'm assuming maybe was thinking that the Sylveon would get pulled out to be preserved for a future Trick Room, but it's a tricky thing when the Farigiraf is so badly hurt. Still, we do see the T-Tar gets to come back in. It has speed supremacy. The Incin's already on the field, so it can't intimidate yet.
That's right, and as we like to say, where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way.
Absolutely there is. You've got your Sand back up for your special defense boost.
Both these Pokemon are probably in Rock Slide range if it can connect, now that it's at neutral offenses.
I'd say so. If you had the luxury of time, you might want to just maybe hope for a bit more Sandstorm chip, but of course protecting in front of a thing that wants to switch out and a thing that also wants to switch out.
That's right. I think this... we actually see no switches here, just both of these Pokemon.
And yes, I thought
Sylveon not even coming down.
Just able to...
going to need to see a flinch here.
And a single target. I mean, it's probably like, do you go for the Hyper Beam to swing for the
and no flinch! That Hyper Voice comes out and is going to...
even with the Sand boost... Yeah,
that's right. Single target. There's not going to be any rolls here. That's just going to cleanly take out that Tyranitar.
That's heartbreaking because, like, if you'd protected on the Excadrill, you could probably have just gone for Protect Earthquake, or Double Rock Slide, or an Iron Head, or so many things.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the thing, is that sometimes you do have to take risks.
That's right.
And despite the fact that it's obviously the second game we've seen, it's only game 1.
That's true. That's true. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Next game. Yeah. Interesting to see if we get an adaptation in the Pokemon that are brought. It looks like we got a pretty much clean run back of the first time we saw, but I think there are a lot of other options that could be viable in this matchup as well.
Yeah. No, I actually think the Corviknight's not terrible into this team.
Yeah.
Like, it is functionally immune to Intimidate and Parting Shot as far as body press is concerned. You've got super effective body press into like a half of
yes,
of that team.
yes. There's another lot of things here that love taking fighting moves.
Like, you don't know whether the Incense running Will-O-Wisp. It may well in a team that wants to slow things down. But Mirror Armor as well lets you mess with things.
Right, I think Rotom is another thing that would love to come to this matchup and have a good matchup into a few of these Pokemon. Yeah. So we do see, again, a run back of the Incineroar and Fridra, but on the other side we got the Full Sand. The Tyranitar and Excadrill both in the lead.
Like, obviously the fake out here is pressuring both of them. Without the Trick Room threat, obviously you just protect through it. But I think given that, you might just... Oh no, there we go. The
Excadrill doesn't want to have its sash broken, as we've seen revealed. But as you said, the Corviknight is coming to this matchup. A great game to have a body press and fake out going straight into that slot, not going to be causing any flinches this turn.
And I'm assuming we're just going to see the knockoff into the Farigiraf. It is Colburberry confirming.
Yes, and very interesting, we don't see the... Oh, massive damage, but we don't see the Mega coming out.
Would the Mega have been... Oh, okay.
Mega, maybe the Mega with the critical hit could have been enough.
I can't remember how much it gains, but it's like... It's a fair bit. Yeah. So... but clearly the plan hadn't assumed it would do that much damage, and I still think it's a very good plan, right? Like, your Corviknight doesn't care about Intimidates. Parting Shot is actively detrimental.
Yes.
In fact, like, I can't even remember how it works. It's not like Magic Bounce, right?
The Parting Shot will still work, and just the Incineroar would have its stats drop before switching out, so it wouldn't be too relevant, but it would mean the Corviknight gets to keep its stats.
Yeah.
And interesting, we didn't see the Mega, because I think we've seen the Focus Sash on the Excadrill, and there's nothing else on this team that can Mega Evolve.
Yeah. Especially because there's no reason to sort of delay the weather.
Yeah.
And you didn't protect either, so you gave up on a bunch of Bolt. Didn't get punished for it.
Yes.
Fascinating as well, seeing that Corviknight bail, because I thought it was looking pretty happy there. Maybe it's just really worried about Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, that's right. Or taking a big fire type move from this Incineroar as well. And we do see the Flare Blitz was going into that slot. The Disguise taking that much better. Only going to take a small amount of Mimikyu's HP in return. And it's going to leave this Tyranitar wide open to do a big attack.
So Rock Slide seems pretty reasonable here. -1's not as bad as -2, and just getting that Incin taken down. That Dramper, pretty frail.
Yeah, managing to connect with both, which is really nice. It does mean that this Incineroar will get to munch on that Citrus Berry after taking a little bit of Sandstorm Chip.
The Berserk Threshold looking interesting on the Dramper this time round.
I think we're a couple of turns of chip away.
Yeah. Obviously, the speed interactions mean that if Simon wants to, there's going to be a Parting Shot landed onto that T-Tar before it gets to act. But it's got a free Protect this turn as well. And the Mimikyu currently at full attack, so that's probably KOing the Dramper with a Play Rough.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Corey slow play it here, just try and stall out a few more turns of this Trick Room, and manage to keep some of this faster and more offensive Pokemon around to take advantage of that Trick Room coming out in a few turns. Given
we know that the Excadrill is sitting in the back as well, it's got every reason to just try and buy time.
And we're seeing that Mimikyu is going for the Protect. Tyranitar is going to be, staying on the field, and this Dramper thinking that he's going to be doing the same thing and trying to capitalize by going for a Calm Mind. We have seen every move on it now, and we know it cannot damage the Mimikyu.
Yes, so very interesting here, because the Mimikyu, I mean, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon. A Sylveon could still hurt it pretty badly from what it'll be after the Sandstorm Chip and the Disguise busted. It'll be about 3/4 health, I think, at the end of this turn. So that Dramper gets to +2.
Yeah, but that would have been a great turn for the Mimikyu to actually go on the offense. It could have done some big, unintimidated damage to really either of these Pokemon. The Sylveon coming in here, but instead playing it safe and letting this Dramper get to +2 special attack.
Yes, a very risky situation here. I guess the other thing that Corey has is that once the Trick Room runs out, the Corviknight also resists everything that Dramper has.
Right. Corviknight's on full health, the Tyranitar's on full health. He's still got a lot of very healthy Pokemon on his side. Corviknight's about to come in and sop up a little bit of damage as well. You might see, the Roost come out from the Dramper.
Yeah.
Hoping to get another Berserk Roost.
Consolidate all of this. And yeah, that Mimikyu really unhappy about the Hyper Voice, but it can just cling on. And you really want this play rough to do.
Oh, and this could be big damage coming out and just taking out that Drampa.
I don't think we'd actually seen it before. I think it would all been the low kicks hitting in the previous games.
Yes.
So it makes sense though, because obviously that Mimikyu, we've seen it's quite frail. The stats have to be somewhere.
Yes, that's right. And it looks like it's going all out in its offense and its investment.
Yeah. This is looking very, very happy for Gory now.
That's right. Only one turn of Trick Room left. Could easily go for Protect on both of these Pokemon, as we, I think, have seen that definitely the Mimikyu has, and we might assume that the Corviknight has something similar. Then it would be in a difficult spot for this low health Bridgeruptor to set up another Trick Room.
Very, very difficult. Honestly, given the pieces left on the board, I wouldn't be surprised if the Corviknight is happy to just stay in. You resist the Hyper Voice. If the Instinct wants to Flare Blitz you, then it's chunking down its own health in the middle of the Sandstorm. Fake Out's obviously going to do nothing.
That's true. We're seeing very little damage come out from both of these Pokemon, and now the Twisted Dimensions are going to flip back to the way that they are meant to be, and this Pokemon will have a big speed advantage.
And that Mimikyu, pretty reasonable options against both of these. I think Simon's obviously got the really tricky situation where the only thing you've got in the back can't afford to switch in on anything.
That's right. And at some point, this Tyranitar and Excadrill are going to get switched back in, and they will be able to exert so much offensive damage. And I wouldn't be surprised if almost everything is at range for that Excadrill now. Yeah,
and the Sandstorm chip is going to add up a lot too.
That's right.
The Corviknight, yeah, so comfortable. We saw it, that's a Hyper Voice and a Fake Out. It could probably, if it wants to buff, it could buff. It could go for an Iron Head just to start chipping down the Sylveon.
We just see the Tyranitar come straight back in and actually going for the bulk up here.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's probably...
Oh, and with the Incineroar at -1, it's able to take that.
I think that Corviknight will still be standing at the end of the turn, but it's obviously very low health.
Managing to resist this Hyper Voice. Oh, yes,
take it
just hanging on.
Took it better than the T-Tar did.
Yeah.
Only thing, of course, is if you're running Brave Bird, that's now a bit of a liability. The recoil is going to be mean.
That's true. I mean, we could just see both of these Pokemon protect here, but then it's something that Simon could capitalize on as well by trying to switch the Incineroar around, but pretty dangerous to try and do that in the face of these Pokemon and with their drop on such low health.
Yeah. T-Tar, obviously, is sitting at max attack. You've not really got the opportunity to cycle the way that you had in previous parts. And we are just going to see that swing for the fences. Maybe we can pick up a double KO here.
Yeah, that's right. If this Sylveon can make it through the turn, we do see the Corviknight just going for the Roost.
So that's definitely going to survive. We saw it survive, and the Rock Slide, I suspect won't be enough to pick up KO on Sylveon.
So if the Sylveon can manage to not flinch here, it could deal some massive damage with that Helping Hand boost.
I think we can safely write off Tyranitar at the end
if it manages to not flinch. And it does manage to move, and doing some big damage to Tyranitar, and pretty respectable damage to Corviknight as well.
But of course, now it's Sylveon with a tiny little sliver of health on the Therigraph left. There's no way you're going to get your Trick Room set up.
It's really hard to imagine a world where this Corviknight ever goes down.
Because an Excadrill is able to come in. You've got such a clean path to just Earthquake.
That's right.
Probably Iron Head on the Sylveon if you want to. Brave Bird otherwise. And the Therigraph, you don't even need to deliberately attack it. You just hit it with an AoE, and it's just gone without you even noticing.
Yeah, I think any move from I think if the Excadrill locks in Earthquake here, the game will probably be immediately
over. The only way you can lose is if you make the mistake of clicking Rock Slide instead.
Yes. You might have to sort of self-target with a high horsepower into the Corviknight to lose here.
We'll see how it plays out. And yeah, I really like that Corviknight adjustment that Corey did, because as we've seen, it can take those Hyper Voices like an absolute champ. It's not really not threatened by them. Perfectly respectable double protect, but it's just going to buy you information and nothing else.
That's right. Maybe just a chance to see some of the moves on this Excadrill, which is otherwise not managed to do too much.
And also potentially something on the Corviknight. We do see that Brave Bird coming out, which to me soft suggests that it doesn't have Iron Head.
Yeah, we're managing to sort of tick off which moves it has. We've certainly seen the Roost, the Bulk Up, and now the Brave Bird. Only one move slot left on that Corviknight. Potentially could even be another supportive move, like a Tailwind, as opposed to another attacking move.
Yeah, entirely possible. Obviously, since it's not running Iron Defense, Body Press isn't a guarantee. And you'd think it would click Iron Head if it hadn't, because that's just a better option for Sylveon,
Yes.
but maybe this is information warfare. The Excadrill doing the Earthquake, and I imagine that's probably just going to be 2 KOs here. There's not that much health in either of
Yes. Nice safe Earthquake to clean up our second game, and we're going into a game 3.
these. That's very, very well played by Corey there. Just, like, obviously got a little bit lucky with that critical hit on the first turn, but given the state the game was in when the Farigiraf came back out, it wouldn't really have been able to do that much more with the extra sort of, 20% of health.
Because it was intimidated, it would have done a lot
Oh,
less.
no, you're right, you're right.
So we saw it do maybe
Yeah,
75%. It probably
yeah.
would have only done 37.5% or so
Yeah.
if it hadn't had that critical
So
hit
it
there.
might have just chosen to stay in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the big thing is that he would have had an option to switch the Farigiraf back in on other attacks, which there was no way he could do that safely with the offensive output from the other side.
Yeah. So you can't rely on that happening again. I guess you wonder then, are there further adjustments? Do you counterplay that? The Drampa is interesting because it got so set up and then it just couldn't quite close it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Drampa actually is the best play for this matchup. That Mimikyu just being able to shut it down so completely. Do see a switch up on the leads. The Incineroar and the Sylveon coming out against that tried and tested Sandcore of Tyranitar and Excadrill.
Yeah, like as openers, it is like that Incineroar is just so good in this team.
Yeah.
Like, so many of these things, like the Excadrill really wants its Focus Sash, the Intimidate. They're so physical, gives you a lot of options there.
That's true. It's really only Corviknight that can, to some extent, punish the Intimidate, dropping that back onto the Incineroar. But we see a really safe Mega Evolution here from this Tyranitar, and we're about to see some defense coming out.
Possibly a double protect. Possibly the T-Tar is just willing to take it.
And we see that Excadrill protecting, the Fake Out going into that slot, so not going to do anything this turn, managing to preserve that Focus Sash for later. And Rock Slide coming out, doing some pretty good damage, even at -1. Oh, and most importantly, getting the flinch.
There we go. That's the really scary part of it. Because now that Sylveon's really in trouble.
Yeah, and we've seen so many Rock Slides, it's about time that one has been rewarded with a flinch.
Well, of course, so many of them were happening in Trick Room where
That's true,
flinch
that's
wasn't
true.
even possible. But yeah, that T-Tar, it can take probably 2 Hyper Voices in a pinch.
Yeah.
The Excadrill threatening Iron Head, you could
Yeah, for
probably...
the first time actually threatening some big damage.
Yeah. I mean, you could protect an Earthquake as well if you're not feeling like you want to do anything too spicy.
That's true.
Really scary.
So this is Rock going out, not wanting to take any more of those big Rock Slides. And actually, we do see the switch up from Simon, and he's brought his own Sand Pokemon with the Excadrill coming in here.
I think that's a good adjustment. I mean, it's entirely possible that the Farigiraf might just be stuck in the back. Like, or rather, might have even been left at home.
It
Like,
could be,
Maybe
it could
it's
be.
another T-Tar in the back.
Yeah, I
And
think
obviously
I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that. I think this Excadrill is a great switch in here. You're going to take that Rock Slide really well.
It does break the Focus Sash, so
That's-
it does
yes.
mean that in the head-to-head, Corey's Excadrill has preserved that ability to just
Yes.
lose the speed tie and still achieve something.
And we haven't seen the Excadrill, so we're only assuming that it's a Focus Sash. Other items
Yes,
that it
it's
potentially could be, but I think that's a pretty safe bet, and we could be looking at a speed tie here as well if both of these Pokemon are trained to be as fast as possible while sticking with the Adamant that alignment.
Yeah. Obviously, one of these teams is in Trick Room mode, the other one doesn't. So you might choose to not go full, but realistically, you're probably not bringing the Excadrill in most of your Trick Room games.
And we do see the
And we-
Corviknight switch in here, so
I
we
think it's,
could be
I
seeing
think
an
it's
Earthquake.
time. I think it's a very good time for Earthquakes. It is -2 though, so
That's true.
not going to be quite what it might do. But that Corviknight, obviously, that's like pretty happy into the Excadrill. We haven't seen a body press, but it is not going to have much that can directly hurt the Corviknight.
And we do see Corey's Excadrill moving first, which could be an indication of the way this is trained. Big damage into both Pokemon.
That's at -2.
Yeah. Earthquake is a strong move. And just the Rock Slide coming back, so... And I need to get some damage onto that Corviknight, sort of correctly identifying that we're having a ground in Pokemon coming in there, and also not wanting to do damage onto his own injury.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing, because the protect had already been burned on the Sylveon. If you had a safe protect, I think it would have been better off at accepting that the Earthquake would whiff into Corviknight and just take the Earthquake damage at full attack into the other Excadrill. But, you know, you don't have a protect You've got to play to what your team's able to do.
Now we have the situation where both of these trainers could have potentially tried to go for a speed tie there. We do see the fake out going into where that Excadrill was with the Mimikyu switching in. Oh, and the high horsepower coming into that slot as well. So if the Excadrill had stayed in, it would not be in for a good time.
No.
Just see the skies breaking, but this Corviknight is free to do whatever it wants.
I think a bulk up's looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
Like, there's no pressure at all. That Incin's at -1. It's Flare Blitz. I'm not sure we've even seen it. Like, it's not going to hit you that hard. That Excadrill, like, we saw how little the Rock Slide did, and that's neutral.
That's right. And this Corviknight's managing to heal back that little bit of chip damage with its leftovers as well. It's almost back at full health.
And, like, the usual answer for, oh, what do you do if a Corviknight's getting all set up and roided out is use a special attacker. But we've seen the special attackers on this team have such a terrible matchup into it.
That's true. Hyper Voice not doing too much damage before, and I don't think this Sylveon's coming in very safely against these two Pokemon.
Yeah, no, unless you've got like a Dramper that's packing flamethrowers coverage move or something, then we know it is. Yeah, so.
And we do have a reveal of the Farigiraf as the last Pokemon, so it looks like no Mega Evolution Pokemon on Simon's side in this matchup. Do manage to get that Iron Head coming down and just KOing that Mimikyu after the Disguise going down, but how is he going to deal with this Corviknight?
Brave Bird's going to be pretty good damage here. That
Oh, massive damage onto that
happy at all.
Farigiraf at +1.
And the big question is here, like, interesting question for Corey, because obviously you've, like, do you take the two Excadrills staring each other down, or do you just accept that you're going to give the sand back up with T-Tar because you want to stop Trick Room?
Yeah. I guess Excadrill is the option of choice here, not wanting to bring that Tyranitar in to that potential ground move coming towards it. Iron Head.
And we still don't know whether it's a speed tie or not. They've only acted on the same initiative step once.
That's true.
Every other time there's either been a switch out or it's been priority. That Corviknight is looking really scary.
Yeah, we just see the Excadrill on Simon's side going for the Protect, not wanting to take a big ground type move here, and we do see the Earthquake being the move of choice.
Given how much damage we saw that thing do at -2, I think this is probably enough to KO.
I think so.
Yeah,
There
I'm
we
sorry,
go.
friend. It's just you didn't quite have enough juice.
And let's see if this Corviknight manages to capitalize on this turn, just going for the Brave Bird.
I think there's to a certain point it's just greed. Especially, imagine what would you do if you get nailed by high horsepower, your Excadrill goes down and you just bulked up in front of the Trick Room. I mean,
That's true. Not
Maybe
the
you can
situation
take it
you wanna be in.
anyway. Like, it's proven pretty hard to get rid of.
You do see this Incineroar coming in, only intimidating the Excadrill and itself thanks to that Mirror Arm on the Corviknight.
Yeah, and I really don't see what the answer Corviknight is here.
Yeah, I think this Corviknight could probably KO everything that's left on Simon's side with the Brave Bird.
Yeah, we haven't even seen what its last move is.
We might not need to.
No, we've every chance that we don't. The fake out will buy you something.
Yeah, we might just see Protect on both Pokemon here. I actually don't think the Corviknight has Protect.
I think Corviknight's probably happy to face tank it if it has to.
I think it'd be able to take anything here.
Yeah, like what's the worst it's going to do? And
Yeah,
clearly,
we just see the double into the
like
protecting
double,
Excadrill.
either it gets faked out and high horsepower, or you switch to T-Tower. So that Protect doing great work there.
Corviknight absolutely
Yep.
completely free to do whatever it wants without too much offensive pressure into it as well.
That Sylveon coming in theoretically might be able to survive Brave Bird on a pixel of health, and then what's it going to do?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean,
No guarantees.
a lot of these Sylveon, especially the ones that are quite slow, have all their training into their defenses. But now that this Corviknight is at +1, we've seen how much damage it did to the Farigiraf, another very bulky Pokemon. I'm not sure if the Sylveon will be able to take it.
Obviously, every possibility that the Excadrill might go down, but then there's T-Tar in the back. And that Corviknight really looking like it can just sweep, even if its teammates can't help it.
That's true. It could be possible. The only way is to get a lot of Rock Slide flinches into this Corviknight to eventually whittle it away. But we're not going to see that. We're seeing the high
confirms
horsepower,
the
so
speed
definitely
tie
a
as
speed
well.
tie. And managing to win that, doing some massive damage onto that Excadrill on the other side, taking the clean KO.
And then Brave Bird, what we'll see, only one to find out. Okay,
Oh!
yeah, I thought so. I
And
thought
even
so.
a +1, leaving that Sylveon on 3 hit points.
But of course, the problem is, what's happening next turn?
Yeah, that Hyper Voice just not doing enough damage, and this Corviknight managing to heal back some of that with the leftovers. We know it can roost when it wants to, and we know that this Excadrill can only really hit it with an Iron Head or a Rock Slide.
Well, the Roost is risky because it does set up a safe high horsepower on the next turn.
That would be true.
The other thing, of course, is that Sandstorm kicking in means that the Sylveon has basically just been given a death sentence. Even if you miss it with a Rock Slide, even if you ignore it and don't bother targeting it at all, it is going to get KO'd.
Yeah, and this Tyranitar, in its Mega Evolution form, I think it's going to be able to take Excadrill's Ground-type attack or Iron Head as well.
So I think it's probably, like, you probably just go for the Rock Slide and Corviknight. We'll see what you can do.
Might be the only way.
Brave Bird might be enough.
You just see the Tyranitar protecting, letting the Sylveon go down to a bit of Sand Chip. We do see the Rock Slide coming out, so...
the Rock Slide plus the Hyper Voice, this might be enough to KO the Corviknight.
Yeah, it's possible. We would need to see a flinch.
We would need to see a flinch.
But we do not. Just the Brave Bird coming through.
Yeah, I thought
and at
so.
+1, that is more than enough to KO the Excadrill.
So Corviknight actually will probably get KO'd.
But it doesn't matter because, the Tyranitar Sand will do its job.
Yep. And yeah, that's just like such a good choice, such a good adjustment. That Corviknight just showing how little this team can do against us.
That's right.
Really, really nicely played there.
I think both players adjusting well. Simon seeing that the Drampa's not doing too much and switching it up, bringing the Excadrill for the faster mode, but just not able to get the Trick Room in this game.
I think the unfortunate thing was that you couldn't afford to lead the Farigiraf because, like, Corey had shown just so much willingness to throw everything at it.
That's right.
And then when it's not able to lead, you just don't find the openings that you need to do your setting.
Right, a well-fought game for both players.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for joining me, and good luck with the rest of your matches.
Thank you very much.
All right, and just between rounds, it's Daniel back here with Scott. Scott, how are you feeling so far?
Pretty good. It's been pretty smooth.
Yeah, now yours 3-0 so far. What have you come up against?
So Caleb round 1, and he's like my bogey player, so that's always a concern. He beat me in Melbourne, which is what knocked me out of the thing. So it was good to get a bit of revenge on him there. But yeah, pretty good so far. I think that was the hardest round.
Yeah, and what have you faced anything that you weren't really expecting past round 1?
I played against Simon round 2.
Yeah, we just saw him on stream.
Yeah, the Dramper almost caught me off guard, but yeah, managed to get through it fortunately.
Yeah.
But no, it's been pretty standard team so far. Is that how you spell gaming?
Yeah. Yeah, we just got our team sheet, our player slips for next round. But yeah, how are you feeling about Regulation MA as a whole?
Look, I'm not a fan of Floette.
Yeah, I agree. I think it should have, because it's basically a mythical Pokemon.
Yeah.
They should have just left it at home.
It's so strong.
Yeah. It's effectively got Fluttermane's base stat total without but it can be faked out because it's not a ghost type.
Yeah. Overall, it's definitely fun to go from a dual restricted format where you've got 2 Pokemon that are the focus to kind of having something where you can any one of your slots can be like the most important one, right?
Yeah.
You definitely, I think you lose a lot of the emphasis on the support. Because like my team in Melbourne, right, was like 2 or 3 supports and then the restricteds.
Yeah.
So
yeah. How did you end up going in Melbourne?
Pretty good. Came 13th.
Nice.
It was really unfortunate that I ran into Caleb for the winning in to Top Cut.
And he got into Top Cut?
Yeah. And then he had to play Ben, another one of the Adelaide players, immediately after it. So it was,
it
was a bit unfortunate. It was like Adelaide into Adelaide.
Because I think Ben got top 4, didn't he?
Yes, Ben was top 4.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations to all 3 of you, really.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, Adelaide had a really good showing.
Yeah,
so we had like...
all 3 of you get into Worlds now?
No, Ben and Caleb did. I've done really poorly at the locals and the online stuff, and I was never intending to go on it to anyway, so I was like, I'm not going to invest in it.
I mean, you've had a hell of a showing at the
Look, the regionals have been good.
level.
I've had a really good time at the regionals.
Yeah.
I think next season or the season after when I finish uni, I'll probably try and go back to
nice. Anyway, we're tuning in here. We've got Connor and Jason.
Ooh, this is the second Alcremie I've seen as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Alcremie is
not something I expected to come up against either.
It's a bit of a sleeper hit, and we've got that Meowscarada from Jason, and that's something again that you don't really expect to see over.
I think it's a pretty strong pick at the moment, though.
It is. It's a very strong pick,
especially if you go Scarf. Like the Scarf, what do you call it? Triple Axle into Aerodactyl is like such a good.
Oh yeah, it's an easy pick. As well as that Protein is just such a good ability, and Flower Trick as well is just an amazing attack. Yeah. And even if you don't choose to go with a Scarf variant, it's still really fast.
Yeah.
And it outspeeds most things in the meta.
So what we reckon here? Jason probably angling for Trick Room, surely.
Yeah, I think
classic fake out Trick Room play. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just hard reading that fake out.
Even then though, he's got in the back. I think Prim's going to come in here. Prim and Gola is my prediction for him in the back. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a parting shot as well.
Yeah, could be. But as well as that, reading that.
Yeah, you got to read the frig switch if you think it's going to be. This isn't bad, I don't think, unless he can take out the frig.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Don't see the Frigoraph go down.
Frig should be EB to live.
Yeah.
One big hit like that.
Yeah, most of them do survive that.
They're pretty bulky, like 120 base HP.
Yeah, and just putting a bit into special defense will just make it survive a ball any day.
Alright, now in terms of the current positioning, the thing is, there's nothing really stopping Farig just reversing it.
Yeah, I don't see a lot changing, or a lot making Frigoraph go into Trick Room again.
No, I haven't really seen what Jason's Farig has, but maybe a Helping Hand Flare Blitz might. Oh no!
Okay, we see the Imprison, which is.
But if we get a Heat Wave first, it'll stop the Imprison from doing anything.
Yeah.
So a Heat Wave Trick Room here will just reverse things.
Well, it can't Trick Room anymore.
It can, because if it knocks out the Farig before the Trick Room goes off,
Oh, true.
it'll go back off.
Yeah,
So
but if the...
Yeah,
okay,
okay, so it's gone back off, yeah.
Heat Wave is definitely going to get rid of that Farigiraf, and if Connor's quick Trick Room, then
It's looking pretty good for Connor.
it's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, it's a bit of a tough one. I mean, unless you got Prim in the back.
Yeah, Primarina...
But then Solar Beam on the Charizard. It's pretty standard tech.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually like Heat Wave, Weather Ball, Solar Beam. Probably Protect.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, what do you see
Yeah.
happening with that Primarina? Do you reckon
I
it'll
think it's
survive?
protecting this turn. I think you're looking at Protect Parting Shot. Really the only options you've got if you don't just want to drop. Oh, it depends. If it's got Citrus Berry and Bulk, it might live a Solar Beam. Because they've got decent special defense.
Yeah, it's got a bit of special defense.
But like
it's-
a returning Hyper Voice isn't going to do heaps.
yeah, the Protect, yeah.
And the question is, do you think Sinistra or Golurk in the back?
I don't like
That's a good
Sinistra.
skill. That's a good skill swap. Taking away the what do you call it? The Liquid Voice. So
Yeah.
Hyper Voice. Oh.
Did it get through the Protect or no?
No, it won't. So it's going to live the Solar Beam here, but now he knows he's not going to get a Water Attack off.
Yeah, true.
A non-stab Hyper Voice might be better off though, because it's not in the sun. Like, because you're in the sun, right?
Yeah, it might be better.
It'll probably
Because
cancel out. It'll be
Hyper
like
Voice is what, 95 base power?
90.
90?
So
So
you look at
100.
90 base power. You're losing stab, but you're also
Yeah.
losing the sun reduction.
Yeah, because it'd be what, 90, 135 divided by 2.
Okay. Right. So we see the Alcremie swap in. I think next turn what you're looking at is a pivot back into Charizard into
Yeah,
Decorate.
absolutely. Getting that.
There's nothing huge to punish it. But yeah, okay, we see what's in the back here for Jason.
Yeah,
I'm expecting Golurk, to be honest.
I feel like Golurk is the play here because I don't like Sinister into this matchup.
No, against
And-
the Charizard is... Yeah, okay.
While Miascarada would be an interesting tech into this matchup, it's not really doing a lot.
You're
Like,
only bringing it if you don't expect to get the Trick Room up or you get it reversed.
yeah, the Calm Mind here is pretty interesting.
Mm.
It's
It's not a bad idea.
It's absolutely a pretty good idea. It definitely makes it so that the Primarina will survive a Solar Beam.
Yeah.
Out.
I think the really interesting thing here, though, is I don't know anything about Golurk in terms of its calcs, so I'm not sure what to expect in terms of its damage output.
Yeah. What would be really interesting is if, after going for the Mega, if we saw the skill swap onto the Golurk.
Yeah. Because what's this thing, like the hit through protect, right?
It's got Unseen Fist, yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah. What does Free currently have? Because it took Liquid Voice.
It took Liquid Voice.
So-
Primarina would have Armor Tail.
Yep. Oh, that's not bad for it either.
And Twin Beam just not
Okay, so its
doing a
bulk
lot.
isn't bad. That's pretty decent bulk. Although
And I think that sells
for
that.
Riggs,
I think that also sells that this Farigiraf doesn't
minus
have
one.
Hyper
That's
Voice.
why. Yeah.
Well, if it had a Hyper Voice, it would likely click it because it's got Liquid Voice at the
Yeah.
moment, which hits the Golurk super effective damage.
I think the problem you run into Golurk as well is generally it's running high horsepower, not high horsepower, Headlong Rush and Close Combat.
Yeah,
Two moves you don't want to be clicking and lowering your defenses because that Charizard comes back in and it's just going to...
it's going to shred
It's
it to
gonna one-tap.
pieces.
But Primarina's getting set up. Even without Liquid Voice, the Hyper Voice is still going to
It's
hurt.
going to do it.
Yeah. And it's not going to take heaps.
And this will reset the sun now, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you want to pivot out Golurk as well.
Yeah.
It's not a bad turn for Jason, to be honest.
No, this has been...
I think you have to fake out, like pretend to fake out next turn though, because I think for Riggs coming back in,
Yeah, definitely it's something that Jason's going to
that's
consider.
decent damage. I think you're better off going Hyper Voices now because they're not resisted.
Yeah, it also hits both.
Yeah, and you want to take out the Alcremie, right? I think your best play here, if you're Jason, is the parting shot on the Charizard into the Hyper Voice.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I agree.
So
Yeah,
you've got
'cause you've
four
got-
turns of Harsh Sunlight left as well.
Yeah, because you've got to also consider the Farigiraf.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
So he's looking for the free swap here, like on Connor's end. Does he not have parting shot? He does, doesn't he?
I have no idea. Close team sheet. We haven't seen
he's
team
gone
sheets
fake out.
back
He's
here.
gone snarl. I think he did parting shot before.
I think we did see the parting shot.
No,
That's
we-
okay.
We should be paying more attention.
We should be. But yeah, we've seen. Yeah, I think it's fake out, snarl parting shot is what we've seen.
You'd assume either Flare Blitz or Dark. I'd assume Flare Blitz.
It's got a few good options for fourth slot. So it's got Flare Blitz as the obvious one.
Yep.
It's probably not going to be running Throat Chop or Darkest Lariat.
Yeah. Not
got
even with a double dark.
It's got Protect as another option.
So
It's got
here
Will-O-Wisp.
you're hoping for the Flare Blitz. Like if you got Flare Blitz, there might be hope.
Yeah, Flare Blitz is definitely where you want to be swinging.
I'm fascinated by the Corviknight sets because there's a really good variation you can have. Like you can go for the bulk up sets, you can go for the Tailwind support. On this team, given that there's no other like Whimsicott, I'm thinking it's a Tailwind support.
Yeah.
So you're probably looking at Tailwind, Brave Bird, probably Protect.
Body Press is just a coverage.
Yeah, maybe the bulk up as well.
Yeah.
If it's a leftover set, you start to expect. But this will tell us. Oh, it's so much damage from a resisted hit.
So much damage. Charizard just
Yeah.
hits real hard. But the double into the...
So okay, we've got Body Press.
Maybe it's not a Tailwind set at all. Because he's got the Friggraff with Trick Room, which allows for some level of speed control, and then...
I think you'd want it though with the Charizard, because if you Charizard's so fast that you don't want it to be in Trick Room, right?
True.
And Garchomp as well. And like you've got Goodra, which is that middling speed where you kind of either need Trick Room or Tailwind to get it outspeeding anything.
Yeah, but at the same time, given that this is closed team sheets,
Yeah,
like,
true.
you've got to...
Play some mind games.
Yeah, you got to play some mind games, and sometimes neglecting to run the Tailwind so that you can play that fifth
I
move
feel like
is
he
the
needs to be more
options.
offensive with the Primarina here.
Yeah,
'Cause
definitely.
You protected the turn before, like you've got the +2 defense.
Oh, okay.
That's a crit. That has to be a crit, surely. At +2. Oh, is it +1?
Jeez.
No, it's +1.
It's +1, but
Still.
so it's definitely max special attack.
Yeah. Okay, so then what we start to look at here is what do you think Jason wants to do game 2? So he needs an adjustment, right?
Yeah, he definitely needs to make an adjustment. I think that leading the Fariggraph to go into Trick Room is a good call.
Yeah.
Um,
But then, yeah, I think you need to either predict the swap or maybe go for parting shot instead.
yeah.
That's the thing with Alcremie. Alcremie forces you to make decisions you might not want to make. Like, Charizard getting a Decorate is devastating. Because you've seen it, right? A Solar Beam at like +1 special defense is still one-shotting
Yeah.
Primarina without stab.
What does Decorate do again?
It's a +2 special attack, +2 attack.
Yeah, okay. So it's just better coaching.
It's basically coaching, but you're getting double in the attacks and nothing in the defense.
Yeah.
I'm personally a coaching fan because I like bulk. My Melbourne team had a coaching and I in it, which I was a huge fan of.
Yeah. Coaching is fun, but yeah, Decorate is definitely a threatening setup move.
Well, you see it on a lot of Smeagol's in Reg I. Like,
Yeah?
Yeah. The
Oh yeah, you do actually.
yeah. They went away from it towards the end of the regulation. But I think the thing people overlook with Alcremie is the Aroma Veil more than anything. The ability to not be taunted, encored.
Yeah,
any of
just
those,
like Oblivious on something like Salazzle,
Yeah.
where it's just like, yeah, you can't taunt me, you can't stop me
Yeah.
from setting up.
I
You've
know
just
you're a
got-
huge Salazzle fan as well.
Yes, I am a massive Salazzle fan. Yep,
Is it in this format?
it is.
It is. Yeah.
I haven't played around with it, but I definitely want to.
Been thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know, because
Yeah. How do you make it work?
the biggest advantage it has is that it doesn't get affected by moves like Taunt.
Yeah.
But the problem is, in this format, Taunt is not
That
played on
prevalent.
a lot of things.
Yeah. I think that the Encore is pretty prevalent. So like,
Oh, Encore's really good.
Yeah.
It also a move that no one ever uses, and henceforth no one sees coming is Torment. So
I'm on the fence with Torment. So Torment forces you to...
It forces you to alternate moves every turn.
Yeah.
So against something like a Garchomp,
Yes.
which is always Choice Scarfed,
So
you
Salazzle-
go Torment, and then it can't.
So
it-
we've
it
got our
can't
little
do
note
it.
here. Salazzle gets Dragon Cheer, which is very spicy tech.
It does.
Yeah, the Arch Draco Meteor.
That's huge. That's pretty
But
good.
then you've got to give it the Razor Claw to boost it.
Yeah, but that's fine.
This is what I miss about Terras, is the ability to go, say, like, Terra Dragon into a Dragon Cheer on any Pokemon and then, like...
Yeah. Because Dragon Cheer, if the user of the Dragon Cheer is Dragon type, it gets the...
the Receiver. So
the Receiver.
if the partner's a Dragon, you get the +2 critical.
Okay.
If it's not, it's just a +1.
Yeah, I didn't know it got Dragon Cheer, though. That's pretty
It's not a Dragon. I
It's
think
not
it's
a
the only.
dragon.
I think it's the only non-Dragon Pokemon that gets it.
It might be. It's very likely.
Okay,
Alright, so we see
we've
the
got
change in lead from Connor. Is this Hisuian Goodra or is it regular
Yeah, it's
Goodra?
Hisuian.
Hisuian, yeah.
Big old shell on the back.
Yeah.
So,
So the same lead
oh,
from Jason, which is pretty
okay.
big. But just straight up switching into Preem.
I'll say Charizard's immediately Mega Evolving here. There's no downside to it. There's no way to counter the sun.
Do you think that he's doubled into that choreograph slot just to counteract that trick room?
Yeah, I think the Weather Ball. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Frigruff doesn't have Protect. If that's the case.
No, the choreograph. Yeah, it's very likely that it doesn't have Protect.
I think his best bet there was the parting shot into... Oh, okay. This is looking very good for Connor. Immediately turn 1. So, by going for the curse here on his Goodra, it kind of disincentivizes the use of Trick Room now, because Goodra's going to underspeed
because
everything.
he's now down to speed and then...
It's got the defense boost, it's got the attack boost.
Yeah.
So even if Incineroar comes in here with the parting shot, body presses are going to start to hurt. Yeah,
But yeah, like
it'd be negative one speed plus
+1 attack, +1 defense.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
but its defense should be +1.
Okay.
Saying -1.
So this Goodra is now probably just going to ignore. Oh, I think Golek's still doing decent damage to it, but the Solar Beam going into it. Okay, again, I don't know my Mega Golek's stats. I'm thinking the Solar Beam is a one-shot onto
Yeah.
it.
Let me
Although
just
the -1 on the Charizard.
find the stats for it real
So I
quick.
think Prim's got decent special defense. It dropped to a Solar Beam at +1 to special defense. I think the neutral defense -1 Charizard still one taps this.
Yeah.
They work.
On a side note, I have a friend who plays Mega Golek and he's nicknamed it 50 Cent, which I just think is very funny.
That is a fantastic name.
Shout out to Will.
Okay, so it's a good call here. I think on the Protect.
Okay,
Unless
so
he's gone for the...
yeah, that's
Yep, that's a good call on the
Yeah.
Protect here.
now the question is
What can you do in
Golek
return?
here walking into the Protect and getting a quarter damage through with its 159 attack?
So what's this step? 105 special defense, 105 defense. Okay. Decent HP.
So what did we see from the Goodra just then?
So Goodra went Heavy Slam into Primarina.
Okay.
So at plus, I think it's +1 attack.
Yeah, plus
Oh,
+2
did
attack.
the parting shot go into the... He always check for us. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, Heavy Slam is doing should be neutral damage there. This should be decent.
This
shit.
should be decent.
Yeah.
It's like not huge, but it's a third of its HP.
Yeah.
If not more.
This just goes to show you how much that +2 defense does.
Yeah. And yeah, this is going to show how much of a massive nerf Unseen Fist did. It did basically nothing to it, even though it has a defense boost.
I quite like the play of in front of a Mega Golurk going for Protect on Archaladon just to get that stamina boost
Yeah,
from the 25% hit.
yeah.
Um,
Like again, I've seen one team I saw on ladder a little while ago opened Mega Golurk Archaladon, went Protect with the Archaladon, and just went for the for I think it was Headlong Rush into the Archaladon and just got a free stamina boost and took basically nothing.
I feel like there are better ways to get your own free stamina boost than hitting it with a defense dropping rune on your own Golurk though.
I mean, yeah, it's
Like
not huge.
a flip turn into yourself.
It's not huge, but it's not the best thing ever. But
It still does a job, right?
it does its
If
job.
your goal is to get Archaladon.
Oh, sorry, no, it went for Shadow Punch.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
makes more sense, yep.
Yeah.
That's actually quite a good play then.
Because obviously Poltergeist doesn't connect, so that doesn't make contact, so it's not going to be hitting through Protect. But it is the move that a lot of Mega Golurk users use
Does it not make
because
contact?
it doesn't make contact.
I never knew.
But it's a lot better for the fact that A, the scouts out an item, and B does a whole bunch of damage.
Okay, so we've got Charizard pivoting out into Krigaraf. Assuming just to try and block this fake out. Now, have we seen lefties on this Goodra?
I don't think we have. Yeah,
Yeah. I just wonder what the item is running on it.
it's not Citrus Berry.
I would have expected a recovery move.
It could be. It could be like Metal Coat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Try and get
with
some
a heavy
decent-
slam boost.
Or something on the body press.
Would be Bright
That-
Powder.
Honestly,
Bright Powder
I've
would be
seen
very funny.
so much Bright Powder this format.
Yeah.
And it's always infuriating when you get it.
Yeah, I definitely think that they should have neglected to put it into the format.
Alright, so from this position, I still think Connor's in a really good spot.
Yeah.
If he wants to go the Trick Room angle, he's got the drop speed, he's got the boosted defense.
Yeah, he's got.
That being said, now he doesn't really have a way to hit Golurk, right?
He has. I mean, he can obviously hit the Golurk. Just he doesn't, as far as we know, have a good way to hit the Golurk.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, that was a crit, and that did not do a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is an interesting position. We've got Imprison on Jason's side, blocking the Trick Room from Connor, but Connor doesn't necessarily need the Trick Room.
I don't think he needs the Trick Room. Like he's
still got Charizard to come back in and
He's
kind
got-
of sweep, right?
what I'm assuming is Corviknight in the back as well.
Yeah.
It's either Corviknight or Dragon or Garchomp. I don't think Alcremie came this game.
So Golurk takes that relatively comfortably, but ooh, okay.
Okay. Not even a crit.
But okay, so here's the thing. Jason still has the option to now Trick Room. So he might have imprisoned the Trick Room, but he can now have the Trick Room that can't be reversed. So this is a really good play on Jason's end, because there's no
Yeah.
counter to get out of Trick Room now.
Yeah, and the fact is that the thing that really wanted to be in Trick Room is now
Yeah.
gone.
So by realizing, okay, Headlong Rush can KO this Goodra, I'll take it out this turn, set Trick Room the same turn. The Imprison the turn before stops anything from Connor's Figure-Off, so now you've essentially got a dead slot on the left.
Yeah,
It's pretty free to just continuously pin that right slot.
like if I was in Connor's position, I'd probably look at protecting with the Zard,
Yeah,
and then
you have
probably switching out into my last slot.
Yeah.
Or I would even look at switching out with the Charizard. Yeah, he's probably
Okay, so
probably reading that the Frigoraph
coming
does have protect.
to. I think we're going to see a Poltergeist too. Oh, a
Headlong Rush.
I feel like you want to leave that slot alone. That was a dead slot.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe,
Unless his doesn't have Twin Beam and he wants to stop the Twin Beam coming out.
yeah, or maybe he's reading that it's the Garchomp or Alcremie and he was switching that out into there.
I feel like you're not going to have Alcremie out the back though.
No, but yeah, they're one of two Pokemon that can get hit by Headlong Rush.
Okay, so now the problem is your main way of dealing with this Corviknight is the Incineroar. but it's going to get a -1 when it swaps in. So you're going to have a hard time trying to KO it. If it's able to boost, even harder.
Yeah. Or just going for the close combat with the helping hand is also a pretty valid strategy to just deal damage. Poltergeist is
I
alright.
don't mind the Poltergeist. Okay, so Corviknight does have leftovers. You can see that.
It does a pretty sizable amount of damage. What? That was at least 50%, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Okay, this should KO because it's got -2. This is, this...
But at the same time, it's done its job. It's gotten rid of
now,
half
the
the
other
team.
thing we've got to look at is how many turns of Sun do we have left?
Should say at the top there in between
It
turns.
comes up. So if you're able to stall out Sun and still have some turns of Trick Room left, Primarina is looking very good.
Primarina is definitely...
So from our previous...
So 3 turns of Sunlight left.
Okay, so Trick Room's going down before then. Previous turn of Hyper Voice we saw did less than 50% of the Charizard. So
yeah, with the Hyper Voice, I reckon it'll do about 50%.
So I think you're looking at either Helping Hand Hyper Voice or you're looking at doubling with the Frig into it as well. The Helping Hand is a bit...
It's a bit risky, but I think it's the safer play.
I think we'll get it. I think this should pick it up. But Charizard could go for the double protect as well if it doesn't. Okay, so we don't see the pickup here. So this now looks very good for Connor.
I think that that Connor is still neglecting to go for the protect just because of that imprison play.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking that the Frigoraph might have protect, which he's just neglected to use.
I suppose you would. We can't tell, but Connor would be able to tell immediately because it wouldn't let you select it in the first place.
Yeah.
But this does look like a very good position for...
Yeah, I think Connor's definitely...
Connor.
Yeah.
I personally feel like this matchup does favour Connor a fair bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, considering that 2 of Jason's slots into this matchup are basically not doing anything, and hence why he's left them behind.
And when you have the Frigoraph on your side that can reverse the Trick Room, it's very difficult to A, get Trick Room up, and then B, imprison before it's getting knocked out.
Yeah.
That being said, Jason does still have a path through here.
He does.
You're looking at double protect from Connor's side, but then you've got 1 turn of Hush Sunlight left, and I think you have to prioritize knocking out the...
I think the Corviknight is
because it's got body press, right? We saw body press earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the fake out will come out here probably. The Flare Blitz, which the Corviknight,
yeah. So next turn we're looking at probably a Weather Ball body press combo. If Incineroar's able to tank it, it actually is a decent position. You give yourself the chance of the Heat Wave miss because you can't hide.
Do we still have a turn of Trick Room up, or is Trick Room down?
Trick Room's down. Trick Room's down.
Yeah.
So last turn of Sun, unless Jason's packing Protect on Incin, which is not unseen, but normally you'd expect
not very likely.
You'd expect it on a Gengar team.
You'd expect it on Wolf Glick's team.
This will be close, I think.
Don't think it.
Unboosted. The Flare Blitz is going to kill himself though if he has to go for it. That being said, if he's gone, if he went for a Dark type move, I mean, he's got Snarl. He can't.
Yeah, Snarl is his Dark type stab.
Can he hang on from recoil? Oh, this is big. This is big.
Huge.
I think this flips it completely. Because Charizard's got Weather Ball, not in the sun. 50 base power normal move, doing nothing. Can't Solar Beam, 2-turn charge. Has to go for the Heat Wave, and can miss.
Heat Wave can miss, and also is less powerful than the Weather Ball.
No sun. I think you're... Oh, what are you going? Are you doing Weather Ball...
And then the question is,
I think
does Flare Blitz knock out the Charizard?
Yeah.
Because Snarl definitely doesn't.
I think it does.
Oh, we're about to find out. And it does.
That is such a good finish.
Massive.
That was so close.
That was incredibly close. And now, we're pushing.
And Incin hangs on
it
too.
Lives.
Just to prove a point.
Just to prove a point,
indeed. There's a reason he's the GOAT, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, just making a show for himself.
Yeah.
Okay, 1-1. This is I love a game 3. Like 3
So
game
do
sets
I.
are probably my favorite.
Now, the question is, what changes do you think that Jason's going to make here, if any?
So
Because this is, as you said before, massively tilted in Connor's favour.
yeah, I think leading Primarina might be a better bet than swapping it into an attack.
Yeah.
Because if you can lead Prim, you get one Hyper Voice off first. Oh, it depends if you go. So the Prim's a bit of a bait as well, right? You bring Prim in, you're asking it for it to be solar beamed.
True, true.
So then it becomes a question of, do they read the Protect or do they read, targeting down the fruit again, trying to stop that Trick Room?
It might be even worth trying to bring the Sinister in. It's not the best option into this particular team, but when you look at what Jason has compared to the matchup, I think that having the Sinister in the back to make sure that stuff survives is actually a pretty important fact.
Have we seen a Focus Sash yet on Jason's team?
I don't think we have.
If it's Focus Sash Sinister, you have a legitimate strategy of him assuming it's going to get clapped by the Heat Wave and ignoring it with the other slot.
Or it could be Bright Powder Sinister. That would be
filthy.
very funny. Like, it's close team sheets, and Jason is notably very close team sheets.
Yeah. Now, one thing I don't think we've seen on Connor's side is every single move. So we've seen Twin Beam, we've seen Trick Room.
I think we've seen Protect.
So is it a helping hand, or is it... I feel like I'm going to see a helping hand.
Honestly, I don't mind the helping hand Heat Wave here.
I think you want Weather Ball. You want to guarantee the KO on that trigger off. If he's got helping hand, I expect to see it. Oh, that's not going to... I don't think that would do it.
No.
And then
what is Twin Beam's base power?
So I want to say like 40, maybe?
Yeah, it's like very small.
It's not huge.
Yeah.
I'm expecting this to live on maybe 10 health.
Yeah, 14.
Yeah,
Close enough is good enough.
So this is a very good turn on for Jason.
That's huge. Yeah, if this is Trick Room, then yeah.
But, okay, so here's the problem again. We can Golem one-shot Charizard.
We haven't seen it try to yet.
Because now some mind games come into it. You have the Trick Room reversal coming out of Frigarath. Okay?
Yeah, so do we see the Imprison
Trick
or the helping hand?
Yeah.
That's really...
I think if I'm Jason, I am helping hand... Oh, does helping hand Headlong Rush KO Frigarath though? I don't think it does. Frigarath is just so bulky. That being said, I think we've got some special investment on this Frigarath because you've got 210 HP versus 223. So like one's a bit bulkier, one's a bit...
One's got more HP, one's got more defensive investments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Helping Hand Headlong Rush KOs Frigarath, Jason's in a very good spot.
I think if it KOs that Frigarath, then I think Jason even just runs away with this game.
Yeah. But then Connor can kind of attack freely here with Charizard because it's not dropping to... Okay, so we do see the Helping Hand.
And we see no Protects either.
Yeah, more important. Oh no, Protect can come after the Helping Hand. Oh, and it connects.
Deletes the Charizard away. I think that also makes the difference even if we get the reversal of the Trick Room.
Okay, so this makes me think we've got Goodra out the back and probably Corviknight as well.
Yeah, I think Goodra was the correct pick to bring last game for Connor as well.
So this isn't too bad from Connor's point of view because he can still reverse the Trick Rooms if he wants to. Okay, I think what we see here is Goodra comes out and then he baits the Headlong Rush into it. He swaps Goodra out into Corviknight and we see a Trick Room reversal.
That's a pretty solid path forward.
Oh no, he's went straight.
Or he just goes straight into the Corviknight.
Okay.
He could even bait something like a close combat.
Yeah.
And then just switch out into...
Does Golok have close combat? He's got Protect. He's got...
Yeah, it's got close combat.
Headlong Rush. Poltergeist.
Oh, this Golok in particular?
Does?
I don't know if this one in particular does. We haven't seen it. But we've seen Poltergeist, Headlong Rush. I don't think we've seen anything else.
Okay, so it's a bit of a defensive play trying to reset the defense drops.
Oh, most notably, we see the Intimidate hit the... Oh, we already knew it was Unnerved from last game.
Yeah, because it stopped the berry.
Yeah, so that's important information to know.
But Connor saying, I don't care about my attack.
Yeah, I just want to press you with my body.
Yeah, that's exactly what he just told him.
Now, the question is the Incineroar slower than the...
But we now have a Prim that's +1 special attack, special defense.
Yeah.
And also resisting body press. Even in the sun, these Hyper Voices are going to hurt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, do we see...
I think you're going to see a Flare Blitz.
Yeah,
Hyper
do we
Voice
see the Incineroar move before or after
the Corv?
the Corv? Because that's going to make all the difference.
I'm going to assume on Connor's team that Corv is mid speed, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jason's is speed lowering.
Yeah. Oh, we see the Protect anyway, so it doesn't matter. That is
just saying,
that is greedy. He says, "I see your body press, and I raise you one calm mind."
Now what we need to keep track of here is, so I'm expecting Trick Room from Connor if that was the play. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you've got pretty. So now here's the thing: if you read into the body press into Instant, you can hard swap it into Golok and just take nothing.
Yeah.
And then you're risking leaving the Primarina alone to just. What do we got in Hush on that? One turn. I think Primarina's protecting this turn. And then it's going to...
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
It is going to come back and it's just going to be like, well, +2, Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
One or two of those is going to take care of you.
Oh.
But Prim is leaving itself open.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, you got to body press the Incineroar. Incineroar's going down this turn. So, I don't mind.
Oh, so the Protect here would have been a good play.
But with the Neg 1 attack, I don't think he cares that much.
That's true, yeah.
Blitz using the last turn of the Harsh Sunlight.
Good damage still.
Yeah.
I suppose 120 base power move in the sun. That's always
it's effectively
this should pick up.
With stab as well. That's 240.
Oh, I think Hyper Voice would have been a really good play there.
I think it would have as well.
It's good to get rid of the Freak, but the Freak wasn't really threatening you that much. Like you can't put Trick Room back up. There's nothing for it to reverse.
Yeah.
Twin Beam was doing nothing versus Primarina. I think that's one of the situations where you are better off leaving it because now we've got Goodra coming in. Probably Gyro Ball plus... I feel like this turn's going to be a body press into the Instant though.
Yeah.
But is Primarina putting on that pressure where he feels like he has to double it?
I don't think it is.
I think it is because one Hyper Voice is knocking Corv, and then if he gets some pivots on the Goodra, Gyro Ball is not going to really do...
Yeah.
Gyro Ball? Yeah, so he's reading the body press here. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Protect body press. Didn't Protect. He's just leaving the Prim out to...
I think... Yeah.
Heavy Slam. Yeah, okay. Alright. I think this Goodra might have a bit of attack investment.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was like
so I think
max defense, max attack.
I think in that situation, if Jason Protect swaps, fantastic spot to be in. Because you can then pivot back in. You've got the second Intimidate, right? Or the first Intimidate on the Goodra.
Yeah.
You've had some more lefties recovery.
But you know what they say, when there's a fake out, there's a way.
Yeah. I think Goodra is very hard to remove here. Although if it's got Protect, you're double protecting this turn, right? Yeah, Protect.
Double protecting this turn every single day of the week.
But Connor's leaving the
Goodra
open.
It might not even have Protect, to be honest.
So we saw Curse, Gyro Ball, Heavy Slam, body... Yeah, it doesn't have Protect.
Protect.
And just
the Headlong Rush just deletes it from existence.
Now, have we seen Brave Bird?
We've seen Brave Bird.
Okay, right. So
it's not impossible for Connor, but it is very difficult. He has to play pretty much perfectly, and even then, I don't think it's possible.
Okay, no, I think a body press into Insin, another Protect turn to get some more recovery, and even then, Golok's just going to be chipping away with...
This is where Poltergeist.
Yeah, we see now how much defense this Cold Knight has invested. If it's full defense investment, it might be doable. I get so paranoid whenever I see Poltergeist animation and it has that delay because I'm like, oh, it's missed. He's missed. Okay. We've got a protect coming out, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, it's 25%, right?
Well, 25% damage. So
How much did it do last turn? So it did
27%.
It did 27%.
Keep in mind, Poltergeist is not a contact move, so yeah.
I think protect was the play there then. Because
Yeah.
you need. Oh yeah. Oh, so he read the
Nice.
protect. He read the
He
protect.
read
Went
the
for ice
protect.
punch.
And it did 27% again, so it's doing the same amount of damage as if it was.
I think Golurk just takes this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously Jason's known what the situation was, and that's why he was so.
Whoa!
Crit. That is
The
a
crit
huge
mattered.
crit.
Oh, that is unfortunate for
You are
Jason.
devastated for Jason.
Yeah,
And we're finishing the game with no Pokemon on the field.
and we hear the applause outside. I think that means that this was the.
Well played by both players. I'm going to say that crit definitely
Oh, absolutely.
100% mattered.
100%. If it weren't for the crit, I'm pretty sure one more hit
Yep.
would have done it.
Yeah. Look, that Golurk was one more Ice Punch. Had it.
Oh,
Right.
for sure.
But then it's still some mind games involved. Like, can you? No, there's no point. There's no point iron defensing in front of it. I think you just have to keep. But
Yeah.
that was
You just have to
definitely
keep on keeping on.
very unlucky for Jason there.
For sure. Sure. That crit absolutely robbed Jason of the victory.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Pokemon is a game of
it's part of the
RNG.
game.
It's part of the game.
You're gonna miss your Will-O-Wisps. You're gonna get
yeah.
crit behind
Yeah.
screens. That's,
Yeah, you're gonna get flinched by
flinched,
Rock Slide 3 turns in a row and then miss 5 in a row.
Look, as a screens player myself, yeah, you're getting crit. Like,
Yeah.
you're playing longer games. There are gonna be crits, and you just
Yeah,
you're gonna take a
unfortunately.
deep breath and not smash your switch in half, right?
Yeah,
Like,
unfortunately, Jason didn't play around the crit, and that's.
but in that situation, there's not much you can really do, right? You don't want to protect in front of it because then he's getting more leftovers. You've got his foot in his throat, right? You're in the winning position. There's no reason to take your foot off. Like, you're like,
Oh,
okay,
absolutely. There's no reason to not just go for it.
Yeah.
The crit is just very unfortunate for Jason. But congratulations to Connor for taking the game,
that was
regardless.
a very good 3-game set.
Yeah, it was either way. Like he earned the win,
Yeah,
even if
100%.
at the end it was a bit of a robbery.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Thank you again, Scott, for joining me.
My pleasure.
Back soon.
And we are back. So this is our last round of round robin, pardon me. Marco versus Connor. So we haven't seen Marco's team on stream yet. Maintaining the trend of there being a bit of spice in pretty much every team this tournament.
Yeah. So this team recently did really well. Has been featured in YouTube as well. So pretty much how this team works is they want to go for a tailwind, and so the Glamora can get some attacks off. This could be the Focus Sash Glamora.
Oh, not Mega.
Which just gives it a little more longevity and the opportunity to get another attack off. The thing with Glamora is it's really weak into a lot of things, but it's also really offensively good into a lot of things as well. So if you can support it correctly, it does pretty well.
Well, it's Garchomp's in both directions.
Yeah, so we got Garchomp Farigiraf for Connor, and Garchomp and Charizard on Marco's side.
Very interesting there. So obviously we've got you can just go for the Earthquake spam if you want to on Marco's side. Your Charizard's nice and safe. Difficult but not impossible to take the Farigiraf off the board if you're worried about Trick Room, but if you bring in Garchomp, not sure how much of a slow mode you're running.
No, I think from facing Connor's team earlier, a lot of his Pokemon are under speeding what they're normally trained to. So he could still go for it. I think the Garchomp on Connor's side would like to go for a Rock Slide potentially.
I see, yeah. That's under speeding, you say. I think the Rock Slide looking pretty attractive here.
Oh.
Spice indeed. All right.
We have not seen a Mega Garchomp in a while.
Indeed, so probably just Earthquake Heatwave coming out, I reckon. And the Garchomp, yeah, if the Earthquake does that, yeah, it's not going to care about this. As long as it avoids the burn, it's going to be really happy on the back of this. Very interesting. I wonder if there's manual sand somewhere on the team. Or if you just go, no, I don't even need an ability. Okay,
he just goes for the Dragon Claw, okay.
It's more than adequate.
Yeah. He's pretty much saying, I can deal with the Charizard in another way.
Yeah. Well, especially because obviously that Farigiraf sitting on full health. King Gambit is a very interesting position here because between the Rough Skin and the other bits, that Garchomp's probably a Solar Beam and take that Garchomp out.
Yeah.
Maybe even a Weather Ball. So it
and it was faster as well. The Charizard on Marco's side was faster.
Yeah, that's
so should be able to get an attack off.
Yeah.
And then Kowtow Cleave into the Farigiraf.
Yeah.
So then it'll just be whether it's Citrus or Colbur Berry.
But going for the if it's Colbur, then it's obviously it can take Kowtow and set Trick Room. But losing the Garchomp to do that is quite expensive. You've given up your Mega just to take out the other team's Garchomp.
I wonder if Connor was thinking that he would protect on the Charizard, expecting the Rock Slide to come out, but Marco just goes for the double attack on turn 1, puts it so low in health that a Solar Beam on that turn just takes it out.
The other possibility was that Connor was just covering for Marco reading a Protect and doubling into the Farigiraf, because a Weather Ball plus Kowtow, that's probably KOing that.
Yes.
So on the one hand, you've lost your Mega. On the other hand, Trick Room's up.
Did we see the berry come out on the Farigiraf?
We did. It's Colbur Berry.
Colbur, yeah.
So it's still pretty healthy, but another Kowtow is going to make it very unhappy. Corviknight, I'm not sure it actually wants to be here, honestly. That Charizard's at full health. You can't take that out that quickly.
Considering it's at full health, you could probably protect and go for a Psychic Noise into the Charizard. But he could also read into that, protect himself.
And the King Gambit under speeding your Farigiraf. Yeah. It's the problem with Trick Room when you haven't quite scoped out what your opponent's team is. King Gambit's very slow. Oh, but it's going for it. And no
Choppleberry.
No Choppleberry, but no stab, no buffs. So this is almost certainly a KO now.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty much over.
Yes.
We'll get to see who's in the back.
But given that the
if he
options
wants
are,
to reveal the information,
you could just resign.
it.
But given the options are Goodra or Alcremie, or a Charizard that would like can't Mega.
Yeah.
But
Here's
yes, I
the
don't
Goodra,
think.
though.
I mean, like Goodra can do a lot. I'm not sure it can do 3 Pokemon a lot.
I'm wondering why he chose to bring out the Corviknight instead of the Goodra last turn.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I guess possibly telling us that you're more worried about the King Gambit. But I mean, this obviously that's just going to be pitiful damage.
He might not have been expecting that the King Gambit was slower than his Farigiraf
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, quite possibly. So maybe just figuring that the Farigiraf could KO it happily. Very uncomfortable though. Not quite the way you want your first game to go.
No.
Especially when you started with something spicy that was probably unexpected, right? Like,
yeah,
no one's surprised to see a Garchomp, but no one is going to expect that Garchomp to Mega Evolve.
exactly.
And if the Trick Room had gotten set up, that thing would have been a monster.
Yeah, because we saw that Marco's Charizard was faster. So if they did get the Trick Room up, then that would have been really good.
Yeah.
But also the Garchomp didn't go for Rock Slide on turn 1 instead
Yeah.
of going for the Dragon Claw,
Yeah.
which I think would have been helpful in the long run.
Well, because that's the other thing too, is that the Dragon Claw takes out the Garchomp, but once the Trick Room's up, you're underspeeding that thing anyway. Whereas the Rock Slide, you can take out the Charizard, and the
then
rest of your team's
Dragon
much more
Claw.
comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
What kind of adjustments do you think Connor could make going into game 2?
Like, I think you can still make the Mega Garchomp work, but that King Gambit is really scary into this team. Like, you look at, like, you might, like, I'm really not sure, you might lead the Goodra. Just hope. It's tricky. The Charizard is the other big problem because, like, you only have 2 Pokemon on your team that resisted, one of which is your own Charizard. And if you're doing that Trick Room underspeed thing, it's possible that you are going to always lose the speed. Like, it might not be a speed tie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go for his own Charizard, but then Marco could make an adjustment into Glamora this game, possibly reading that. I mean, the Goodra does look good because it's got resistance, but then you have to get rid of the Garchomp.
All right. Well, we see a complete run back.
Yeah.
I mean, the
This
other
makes sense.
big thing that could have happened but didn't was just, turn 1. If you'd clicked Trick Room, then, like, you'd have gotten it off. The other possibility, you could always protect your Garchomp, and then that's the tricky thing, of course, because if everything gets thrown into the Farigiraf, it's probably getting KO'd. Not
Exactly,
definitely,
like-
but we know it's a Colbur Berry, so no citrus. So if you
yeah.
just chuck 2 really strong attacks into it.
Because if Connor goes for Protect and Trick Room, like you said, they could double into the Farigiraf, then he gets nothing out of the turn. He could also protect his Charizard and Dragon Claw into his Garchomp,
Yeah. And we'll see if it gets red.
and then gets nothing.
Okay,
so
I
he
think
does.
We can assume
yeah.
that the Trick Room, assume the Farigiraf will be able to do something. It's no.
Is that
You're not
is
clicking
that
that
into
into
the
Farigiraf, are you?
Farigiraf? Oh,
There's no way you click it into Farigiraf.
he
Because Weather Ball would
lets
be better.
him get the Trick
Yeah, that's
Room
a
up.
perfect turn for Connor. Absolutely, played Marco like a fiddle, and now you can do your Mega Evolution if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming you've left your Charizard at home, so you don't have any other viable Megas, so you might as well.
I
Rock
think
Slide's going to be terrifying.
yes.
I mean, does Farigiraf learn Sandstorm? You've got Sandforce.
Yeah.
You might as well use your ability.
So true. I think this turn is a free Rock Slide, and then it'll just be whether or not Marco wants to respond with a defensive play, whether it's Protect
The
or
other
switch
question
into
is
his
whether
King
you,
Gambit.
you might go Dragon Claw here, because obviously, unlike the last game, you haven't lost 2/3 of your health. But yeah, there's the Rock Slide.
There's the
Goodbye,
Rock Slide.
Charizard. The other thing, of course, is we got no idea if either of those Pokemon has Protect.
Yeah,
So Rock Slide has the
exactly.
advantage of threatening the flinch.
Marco hasn't revealed any information about Protects. He also is playing very aggressive this game too as well. I think because he's up a game, he hasn't hesitated or made any defensive plays.
Now, King Gambit obviously still pretty happy here, right? It's going to underspeed that Garchomp handily. It's got super effective stab into the Alcremie if you want to do it. Earthquake is a concern. I'll be very interested to see what the Alcremie is bringing here, because obviously it's maybe if you underspeed the Garchomp, I guess you could just decorate Earthquake.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see speed tiers, I feel like Connor's probably trained it so that the Akromi is slower.
Yep, here we go.
Maybe
here we
he wants
go.
to get a decorate hero.
I think it's the decorate.
Nice.
So
I'm also curious if it has an offensive move as well, because that would really help into the Garchomp.
yeah,
The other consideration is if Alchemy has Protect, which would allow Connor's Garchomp to go for an Earthquake.
like I mean, if you've got the other possibilities, you might have. Yeah, there we go. In the back, Corviknight comes into an Earthquake. That's also.
Yes, yeah.
You're not completely bulletproof into that King Gambit. It can, like, we'll see it. It'll go. Oh, yep. That's fair. You don't want to take the Earthquake. Double Protect to stall out the Trick Room.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the thing is, yeah, the King Gambit does underspeed the like we saw it underspeed the Alcremie.
Oh, true.
So it will be able to get one good whack off into the Garchomp, but
Will it be enough?
yeah, a crit might do it. I'm not sure you want to stake everything on a 1 in 24
Yeah.
chance. Yeah.
So he was pretty pinned there.
Yeah.
Still had a couple more turns of Trick Room. Corviknight was threatening Body Press,
Yeah.
and the Garchomp was now threatening Dragon Claw.
And neither of the Pokemon on the other side really have all that much they can do directly into the Corviknight either. So even if you take the Garchomp off the board, it's like you've got a neutral Rock Slide, you've got a neutral Kowtow Cleave, it can set up, it has Body Press, we've seen it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that Earthquake was just going to do so much damage at +2. I think you can guarantee it KOs the King Gambit, and if it doesn't KO the Garchomp, it basically makes it wish it had been KO'd.
So going into Game 3, do you think Marco makes more of an attempt to get rid of the Trick Room?
I think it's the
Because
thing
that was
where
his biggest issue in that game too.
Because obviously both games it was just one player had all the speed and the other player didn't.
True.
It's just changed who it was. And that's the thing with that 50-50, because obviously if Marco had just thrown everything into the Krigaraf, I think it probably would have been KO'd. I think leading the King Gambit might be necessary here. It's scary when there's a Mega Garchomp on the other side, but I'm pretty confident that it can take an Earthquake that's not buffed.
It can, yeah.
And yes, the Cold Burberry is there, but maybe you just need to pour all your firepower into the Krigaraf. And then the problem, of course, is that I'm not sure if we've seen whether it has Protect or not. But that's the problem that when you iterate, you train your opponent, and if the Krigaraf is public enemy number 1, and it just clicks Protect, it's really uncomfortable. So yeah, the 3-peat on the leads.
Yeah. So does Connor... I think this comes down to 50-50 for Marco's side on determining what he does here on turn 1. Because Connor could go for Protect on the Krigaraf, expecting him to double into it and get a Rock Slide off. Or he could Protect the Garchomp again and say, you're not going to make this read.
Yeah. I think the Heat Wave is the right play rather than the Solar Beam. It guarantees something's going to get hurt. If the Garchomp doesn't Protect, you've got a chance to burn it, and it'll do so much more into the Farigiraf.
And if he gets the Trick Room up, I was going to say he can then Sucker Punch it, but as you said last time, the King Gambit should be slower.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we're going for full offense, and we've. Oh, okay. So no.
So he said
it's going to be into the Garchomp, I reckon. Yep. So we're going to see you can have your Trick Room. I don't think you're going to repeat what you did last turn.
Exactly.
So Marco just doing literally the exact same turn 1 that he played last game.
Was completely unwavered and said, "You're not going to do the same thing again.
You're going to expect me to adapt."
Yep.
It's but what if I just did the same thing?
What if I expect you to
Yeah.
expect me to expect you?
But I know that you know it. I know that you know. And of course now it's like game 1 where it's you got your Trick Room up. What are you going to do with it?
Yeah. Now Connor's in a really bad board state where he's got 2 support Pokemon on the field, and Marco has 2 offensive Pokemon who is completely unthreatened.
Wow, that Twin Beams, that's pitiful. I would, are you sure that Krigaraf hasn't had a debuff?
Yeah.
burn on the Alcremie.
gets the
At this
burn.
point, it's like it's just gravy.
I feel like Marco doesn't feel like he doesn't have the speed control.
Yeah.
He's not under threat, so he doesn't need to go for any defensive plays at the moment. He can just attack.
And it's an interesting thing because it's the kind of play that made sense in the context of Game 2 when you're already up a game, you can afford to just put all your eggs in one basket.
Yes.
But when you've got your tournament on the life, like, I'll do it again, right? I'll still make the exact same bet that I lost last time, but we can see the fact that when it pays off, it basically just lets you have the game. Like, it's going to be very difficult at this point.
And I think Connor had the right idea on turn 1, where instead of protecting one, he said, I'm going to get one or the other.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the other, which he got, was not in his favor.
Yeah, like because the thing is, like, yes, you can get speed control for the rest of the game, because the game's going to be very short, but it's not going to do anything. Whereas if the bet had gone the other way, if Marco had thrown everything into the Frigraph, KO'd it without it doing anything, then it's like, well, maybe I lose my Charizard to a Rock Slide.
Exactly.
And then my Garchomp won't be able to KO their Garchomp because it's got better stats than me, because it's a Mega.
Yes.
And then the next turn I'm looking at a Dragon Claw trade. And now Corviknight's so miserable here in the sun. Like,
I wonder. I mean, we won't find out now, but I wonder if this Corviknight had Tailwind.
it's entirely possible. Like, it's always a useful utility to put on it, and it's a team that, like, has no other way of getting positive speed control.
And this poor Corviknight only has an attacking move that does recoil damage.
Yeah. I love how it's not like the Charizard isn't even there to stick the knife in. It's just like, nah, my buddies have got this.
I'm just going to play with my food a little bit
here.
here. Yeah.
Like, I could have had a Weather Ball or a Heat Wave or whatnot, but like, nah, miss chances are too scary. And then Corviknight, like, it's got what, another turn of Trick Room. It'll go first, like, notwithstanding an Aqua Jet. It's like, what's the point of that, right?
Yeah.
So it's buffed. I mean, I'm
it
guessing
can
it's
go
got
for an
body
iron
press,
defense, but
which
with a
doesn't do anything.
special attacking Charizard in the back.
And the Basculin Legion, you can only hurt it with Brave Bird. Like, you've probably got Roost, and then you're going to be weak to Earthquake. And yeah,
True.
the sun obviously still there, and there's a fourth that we haven't even seen. So there could be a Whimsicott to encore you into setup. There could be a King Gambit to just whatever. Yeah, like, we might not see a resignation, but I don't see a path to victory for Connor in this position.
No. Yeah, I think the biggest problem was losing the Garchomp turn 1 without it doing anything.
Yeah.
I think he really needed the Garchomp to get rid of Charizard, which we actually saw in Game 1. Because once the Garchomp was low enough, it goes down without getting an attack
pretty
off,
vulnerable.
and Charizard just runs through the rest of the team.
In that thing where it did cleanly get rid of the Garchomp on the other side, but yeah, the Charizard was always a threat to this team, because you look, the Corviknight, like, it doesn't care about the Garchomp, really.
Yeah.
And, like, the Basculin Legion can chip away at it, but it's a physical attacker, and it can only do so much into a setup.
I'm almost curious why he brought the Corviknight. It was probably to deal with the King Gambit, but I suspect the Goodra could do something similar whilst also being neutral into Charizard's attacks.
Well, of course, it's a situation where you've got, like, the sitting above an Earthquake helped you last game, so it's like, run it back. It worked for me last time, it'll work again.
It just feels like Marco's team has too many threats into Connor's team.
Yeah.
And Connor really had to get every turn right in the beginning to really set himself up for success. And if he gets that wrong, as we saw here in Game 3, the game's just over.
Yeah.
Whereas in Game 2, he got it correct, and he was able to play it out from there.
Yeah. No, the big thing is that special attacking Charizard threat. Like, you've got to take it off the board when it presents itself. And the tricky thing, of course, was that if the Garchomp had just, like, we saw it just go for attacks. And that iteration is what's wrong. Like, yes, you won the mind game previous time around. You pulled off your protect into a double focus, and that adaptability. Oh, they were correct, but like, it might have been able to survive without the critical hit, but realistically, the writing was on the wall. Like, because sooner or later, even if it gets through both of these, then Charizard's going to come in and melt it.
Yes. I wonder. The turn that Garchomp went down and he sets up Trick Room, we saw him bring in the Alcremie.
And it's not...
I wonder if he could have protected the Farigiraf, gone for a Decorate.
Yeah, and then suddenly your Twin Beam is going to be a lot more respectable.
And then next turn he can Decorate again into Twin Beam.
Yeah,
And
then you've got a
Farigiraf
+4
becomes a
Farigiraf.
nuke.
And instead of doing, like an eighth of your opponent's health, you're doing half of it or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, we didn't see if Alcremie had an offensive tag, but you could have then targeted down the right slot and then have Alcremie deal with the Garchomp on the other slot.
So like stab fairy is going to be decent.
Yeah.
At the very least, it'll chip it enough that the
50%.
following Twin Beam will then easily finish it off.
And
Yeah.
then, if
You kind of had to
was
swing
able
for the
to get
fences
rid of the
there.
Charizard, and then maybe Corviknight looks better with Basculegion in the back.
And the other issue you have there is the fragility of running 2 support Pokemon in the 4 that you bring, because it means that it's so much more critical to protect the President with the one with your Verb Pokemon.
Yeah, and Arco just bringing 4 offensive Pokemon. And said, figure it out.
Yeah, getting that Garchomp taken off the board just meant that 2/3 of your damage output has just vanished right away. I'm glad we didn't get to see it showcased in Game 2, because obviously it would have just looked like a big, sort of, well, why did you even bring this thing on your team? If we'd just seen Game 1 and Game 3 without that Game 2 in the middle, you sort of can't appreciate the threat that it poses. Yeah. And, obviously it was managed very well by Marco, and you can see what happens when, when it doesn't sort of get the respect it deserves. Very interesting seeing Corviknight have a pretty good day at this tournament. We've seen it pull off a few things. I think it might be on maybe 3 teams.
Yeah.
At least one running Unnerve. One definitely running Mirror Armor. But with that's the end of our yeah. All right, so Marco's here on the back of a 3-game win. How do you feel on the back of that? So we were observing during the match. Game 2, you lost the match because you doubled into the Garchomp. Game 3, you won the match because you doubled into the Garchomp, which was the thing that made you lose the match last time, and your opponent knew was what made you lose the game.
Yeah. I 100% looked at it as going into Game 3, I was like, oh, we know it's a mind game. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
We know it's a mind game. We both know,
close.
if I was like, surely I wouldn't do it again. And I was like, I'm happy to just bank that he knows it's such a bad play. It's a really bad idea. He knows it's such a bad play that I know, he knows it's Trick Room.
The kind of thing you can't get away with.
I need to KO the Farigiraf
in the blind matchup. Yeah.
And if I don't KO it, I get.
And that's the thing we proved. Well, that's interesting though, because I felt that you'd learned from Game 1 that he could get the Trick Room up as long as you made sure that there wasn't anything that he could do in the Trick Room.
Yeah.
As it turned out with the Alcremie there as well, it's well, what are you going to do with 2 support Pokemon? My
thought was if I got the Garchomp off the board turn 1, I won. And I just tried to bank on the fact that he would not protect it.
Did you? So, did you expect to see it Mega Evolve?
No, kind of. But I was I knew I was faster anyway, so I was as long as it wasn't a protect, I was happy with whatever happened. The Mega just kind of confirmed that he wasn't protecting, and it made me feel pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
It's just an interesting sort of thing to go up against, because obviously, you could take the Trick Room off the board, but we saw that Colbur Berry. It would have actually been pretty difficult for you to do it 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because King Gambit functionally is not actually able to do that much to it on the first whack. And then Charizard, you potentially relying on luck in terms of whether you connect with the Heat Wave, because the Solar Beam won't hit hard enough.
Yeah, I have the Weather Ball as well. So my thought was normally a Earthquake Weather Ball.
Yeah.
And I think when I played against David, that picked up a Farigiraf in our game. So
yeah. People build them so bulky. Yeah.
Sorry, David.
But no, it was very, very nice just seeing that adaptation in that way, that you could handle, you don't always need speed control. Like if you're able to just make sure that you've taken care of the key threats, like whatever you can go first, you'll take off a quarter of my health, and then I get to KO your response.
Yeah, just knowing, like, when I looked at the team as well, I was kind of making the guess. I'm like, right, everything will probably be slower than what I have because it has the Farigiraf there.
Yeah.
I just kind of took that guess, and then I was like, I don't need Whimsicott, so I can just kind of have that natural speed, and if I can keep that advantage and deny Trick Room as much as I can. Oh yeah, I was super scared of it, but I again kind of thought he probably won't. But like so the question I think was, was I scared of Rock Slide turn 1, the turn 1 game 1? But yeah, I was scared of it, but I kind of as well still thought if it's not Mega, I live it. If it is Mega, I'm faster. And
so
then
I could still get
I could still get Heat Wave and Earthquake off and probably get close to the KO on the Farigiraf. I kind of just played the odds there.
And that's as it turned out in that game. The Farigiraf did get its Trick Room off pretty much okay, but you took so much health off the Garchomp that it was just so threatened. Like, even though it undersped you with Trick Room up, like, it could only do one thing, and then you took it off the board.
Yeah.
That really interesting thing where it's not, like, it's not just, oh, I get the one Master Stroke off and suddenly the game's opened up for me. You need to make sure that you've got enough in the tank to actually follow through on that advantage.
And that's where I looked at game 2 and I forfeited like really early just because I didn't want to show like the Vascular Legion in the back. Yeah. Even though it was probably pretty obvious. Like, I wouldn't have a Glamora and there's no reason to have Whimsicott.
Whimsicott seems extremely silly, especially to leave it in the back.
Yeah. So it was like, I still thought, you know,
it makes sense, especially because as well, that's not necessarily showing what your item is as well. Well, we've got a lovely little snapshot here. So we've finished with our round robins. What do you feel about the Pokemon variety so far today?
I love it. It's stereotypical Adelaide.
I've been pleasantly surprised by the amount of spice we've been seeing.
Yes, I do look. As I was looking around today, I feel like the most weird thing for some reason isn't the Golurk.
Yeah, when Mega Golurk is not the thing that makes you raise your eyebrow, you know you've got a wild ride.
I feel like I'm always partial to Drampa. When I saw the Drampa, I was like, this makes me happy.
My only disappointment, and of course, as it pointed out at the time, it's got a T-Tar on the team, but my only disappointment was it wasn't running Cloud9 in the base form, because you get Berserk when you Mega Evolve anyway. You could get 2 for the price of 1, but it's still a cool pick.
It's just such a fun Mega. I think I've used it once, and it was just, I don't know, it didn't feel great, but it was also really funny to click hyper voice all the time, and it's like, this is great. Yeah. I love this guy.
No, it's cool that way. It's also very interesting to see relatively little Sneasler. It's a bit of once off on stream.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's more than one in the tournament, but
I don't think how many I've seen. I don't think there is actually that many.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting because on paper it's still bringing a lot to the table, but of course the move slot crunch is a thing for it, especially because it's become more and more predictable. Back in the day, I used to worry about, what's it going to run? Is it, if I've got a ghost type, is it going to throat chop me? And now it's like, no, it's running fake out double stab, and then the last move is either protect or coaching.
Yeah, is it Terradar? Yeah. Is it coaching?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
And that's
could it be anything?
All you need to worry about now. So it's I guess that's the thing, is that people are less willing to experiment with it, and so that makes it less valuable because it's more predictable.
And I think having Garchomp around as well now is just such a naturally bad thing for it, because it's so good. It's rough skin. It's
you can no-sell a focus sash just by sitting there.
Yeah, it's you hit me, I live close combat, and then I KO you back with Earthquake.
Yeah.
Or Stomping Tantrum, and there's nothing you can really do.
You can't switch into me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diaclaw isn't even useful anymore.
Unless you roll asleep, you got a 1 in 10 chance to no-sell me, and otherwise I don't care.
Yeah, it's there's not really any threat of it now.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy if Sneasler does become bad. It does make me happy.
I mean, it's had its time in the sun. I think it can afford to go back into the shadows for a bit.
Long enough.
On that same thing, Incineroar, obviously still having a bit of an impact. I think it's won at least one stream match, but it's also been very unhappy in an earlier stream match. We saw it, funnily enough, both of them against a Corviknight. So the unnerved Corviknight, we saw that KO with the Flare Blitz suddenly meant that it could eat its berry and win the end game against Charizard. But previously we saw against Mirror Armor, it's so unhappy. It's like your Intimidator gets reflected back on you, so even if you're packing Flare Blitz, you can hit so much weaker.
And it's and you're packing bulk up as well.
Yeah, it's
Fortnite,
like
so it's like I can reduce your attack, boost up my own defense, and I can just roost it all off, and it's fine. And I don't
even need
care.
a super effective bulk up to get you. I can just you kill yourself fighting me.
It's like cool. It's like eventually I'll take you out. But after a while, it just kind of doesn't really do much.
Yeah. And obviously King Gambit's still present. I'm not sure I've actually seen anyone pull off the Defiant boost, but it's that obviously inevitably the threat on team selects. Like, do you really want to lead Intimidate when they could just get themselves a 3+1 out of it?
The only Defiant boost I've seen today was a Liquidation defense
and
drop
you can't,
into my King Gambit, and that just kind of won me the game. It's like, yay!
And Basculegion's already pretty unhappy facing King Gambit in the first place. Unless you've got a Rain boost or something like that, you're not going to do that much to it. But yeah. Well, getting to no-sell the Sucker Punch that way, we've had the comment from production that Aquajet against the King Gambit obviously can do some things, but...
That's where you switch in the Drought Charizard and it's free.
Enjoy taking 3 damage.
Gotta get defense drop in the sun.
Yeah.
And then we're all having a great time.
Well, yeah, no, I've been very keen to see how this goes. So we've got 3 matches left to go from top 4. I have not been tracking the standings at all. Do you know whether you're advancing?
I think I should be. I haven't lost one today. Thankfully.
Okay, well if you can go undefeated, I think
the loss will start. It's still on the board.
Yeah, nice.
But I think it looks like last I saw, Caleb and Scott were both doing pretty well. So I don't know who else is progressing out of our group, but that maybe Connor. Not 100% sure. I also haven't been keeping that good of a track.
Well, I guess we'll see. Either way, I guess it's going to be fun to see it unfold. I think we'll. Given those, I think we probably won't have any more team surprises for stream.
Yeah.
Which, it's a mixed bag. On the one hand, I love seeing more things. On the other hand, at least we'll know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's like no real surprise things coming out anymore.
Well, I saved it just for now.
There's a couple of us who, at least myself, I'm not packing any surprises whatsoever. I can say that to you now, because this is the most boring, basic team imaginable.
I think David's probably in the same boat.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I would actually say everyone has put a little bit of pepper in somewhere.
Ooh, okay.
So we'll see.
That scares me. Waiting to be body pressed by Scott Caledon.
You never know. But it doesn't get it anymore. They took it away.
That's why I'm worried.
They've just magicked it into Scarlet and Violet. Well, and that's the thing. It's that's my pet peeve. Everyone's still running stamina on that thing when the big reason to run stamina is vanished. It's and Stalwart lets you do so much.
Yeah.
Or you go the sturdy choice scarf. I think secretly stamina Archaludon is cooked.
I think his team is so good for it though, because he's got the Sinister to redirect.
And then top it up as well.
And he can just continue to bulk it up. But also, I think I saw on his team he had the Espathra as well.
Yes. So
he could boost up Baton Pass into it, Spadef boost, and have a Sinister and stamina, and that thing's just not dying.
So funnily enough, very first game on stream, Espathra got completely no salt. Just got doubled into without being able to pass on anything, because it was protect turn 1, calm mind turn 2, got doubled and KO'd.
Yeah.
Still won that game.
Yeah.
With no Espathra. Then game 2 got the Espathra combo off and just ran away with it.
Still got an Archaludon sitting there, so it's
the
take my Espathra out,
is really scary in this, because obviously you've got in close team shit, you've got the mind game. Is it running Focus Sash or is it running Mental Herb? Because obviously if you know you don't have to worry about Mental Herb, a Prankster can really mess it up. You can Encore, you can taunt it.
Case of Berry?
Yeah,
Case of the Ghost Berry? Whichever one that is.
Maybe? I can't remember what that one is, but yeah.
Yeah, one of those could be also really scary, because I can just kowtow this. No, I can't, and it's boosted.
Also, you got to bring Cleavor. Just go for the X Scissor. No one runs the Bugberry. No one even knows what it is.
I was gonna say I'm struggling. Champions has actually made me relearn some of the berry names because I was forgetting them all before. I'm like, I know
There's
Ocker.
Ocker and Yake and Chopple, and that's all you need,
Yeah, I was about
right?
to say there was like the couple, and I'm like, I remember these, and now people are like,
Yeah.
yeah, Quesaberry. I'm like, I don't even remember what that one does.
Yeah.
But-
No, it's very interesting that way. I'm enjoying how it goes for now, as far as the limited items are concerned. I think I will enjoy seeing a bit more variety come in. I do like damage boosting items being restricted across the board. Like right now, your only choice is just pick a monotype to boost, and it's a modest amount. Like, I would like to see a little more variety with some other things, like some of the more like specialized ones, like seeing stuff like eject button, red card. Like
I'm partial to an eject pack or an eject button.
yeah,
I like those.
like and like maybe some of the ones that have trade-offs, like maybe like weakness policy. Like no one used that in Scarlet Violet. Like
I think
this is
what was used was like Dynamax format because you could get away
Yeah.
with it. But
I mean, it got a bit of mileage like way back in the day. Like
Yeah.
you know, back in XY, you'd see it a bit. But you're right, like
Yeah.
because obviously it's a big trade-off, and there's no guarantee you're actually going to be able to capitalize on it in the first place. But I appreciate the fact that it's not just here's a free game plan for you to go for, as opposed to just like
Yeah.
choice ban, choice specs. It's just have a bunch of free kaboom,
yeah.
and your opponent can fake you out and otherwise go nuts.
And it's so nice, like going from playing Scarlet Violet so long. It's like I can't safely fake anything out. I can't.
Yeah.
I know I have to account for life orb or specs damage, and it's like, oh, none of these things are here. And it's actually like this game feels like that's probably really bad, but it feels like it's like a lot easier to work with. Like
Yeah.
like all the complexity's kind of taken out a bit.
Yeah, the search space is definitely narrower.
Yeah. Yet to see an Oranberry at a local though. Maybe that
I mean-
might be my next one.
I mean,
I,
like-
might bring Oranberry on something.
That one's like that one. I think is pretty specialized. That's a bit of a flex. I think you'd have to search really hard to find a word where that's not just deciding to say that you don't need anything.
I think that's
Like-
purely what it's for. Maybe some
I like
acrobatics
The
mons. just
citrus
for
is
the-
already taken by someone else on the team, and also like you don't think you're gonna make it through to the lefties tick.
Could it be like unburden reversal? Even then, it's still really
Pretty-
bad.
pretty
You could just
limited.
use a focus
I think
sash.
you're gonna wait quite a while. Well, I think we've yammered on enough, and we've got a top 4 match to play. And it's you. All right. Well,
It is me, and I've just learned my opponent, and that
Well-
is. I was worried.
my condolences
Thank you.
and good luck.
It's been fun. This will be the last time you'll see me on stream.
All right. We'll be right back with our first game of top 4.
And we're back here with David and Daniel. Back with David here with David and Daniel. Here for the semi-finals.
Yep, we're heading into the first best of 3 of the semi-finals. And we've got Marco versus Scott. Scott is running this Archaladon team with Sableye.
Yeah, we saw this team win against. I'm blanking on his name now. Caleb, that's it. Caleb or Ouija in round 1. Yeah.
So he
was-
likes to set up screens Archelodon behind screens, and then have the Prankster Rain Dance,
Yeah.
which is really good into the Megas that want to set up the weather. So the Mega activation will set the sun up, and then the Prankster Rain Dance will go next.
Yeah, we've seen
and
a
then-
fair bit of that.
And then with the stamina boost, with Sinistry in the back, you can pretty much keep Archelodon alive as it attacks into the opposing teams.
Yeah.
He's also got the option for Mega Venusaur here.
Yeah, we saw that in round 1. We saw him all 3 games lead the Sableye and the Sparthra, both with Speed Boost, Calm Mind, then Baton passed into either Venusaur or into Archelodon, and he just ran away with the Calm Mind boosted Venusaur.
Yeah,
in game
'cause
2 and 3.
Venusaur's bulky enough as it is, but it also has really good coverage into a lot of threats into the meta at the moment, with its coverage of poison, grass, and ground type attacks normally with earth power. And yeah, like you said, the Calm Minds with the speed boost and the
Yeah, the
and
Speed
the,
Boost
and the
Calm
Baton
Mind.
Pass, which can go into the Archelodon or the Venusaur. You're pretty much trying to figure out which Pokemon you want to set up.
And then if we look over at Marco's side, his is a much more standardized team that you'd see with that Mega Charizard Y, which is ever prevalent in the meta at the moment. Plus he's got Tailwind support with Whimsicott.
I would classify Marco's team as hyper offense.
Yeah,
He's
so
got
do I.
5 Pokemon that are hitting very hard, and also support from that Whimsicott.
You're meant to be undefeated? We're just having some technical difficulties here. They can't change it. It's Challenge. Challenge is the most stubborn tournament software of all time.
So looking at this team preview, I reckon Scott might want to lead into the Archelodon. Rain Dance looks really good into the opposing Charizard.
Yeah.
The biggest threat to it is going to be the Garchomp and potentially the Glamora if it gets it onto Tailwind. Being a special attacker, it's not going to be affected by the stamina boost.
At the same time, leading that Sparthra Sableye lead that we've seen before isn't even that bad. Because outside of King Gambit, there's nothing really threatening the Sparthra too hard.
No, and it does give Scott an opportunity to get screens up. Although, being Regulation MA, we don't have access to Light Clay at the moment, so he might want to be
a bit more conservative.
Yeah, a bit more conservative about when he's
Like-
clicking the screens.
Like one play that I could definitely see happening is Scott opening the Charizard. Oh, sorry, Marco opening Charizard with maybe Whimsicott going Tailwind and Mega Evolving, and then Scott going Protect on the Esparthro into the light screen.
Yes.
And then turn to Rain Dance Baton Pass into the Archelodon.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Marco needs the Tailwind. I feel like besides Esparthra after a Protect and a Speed Boost, everything else should be naturally faster. Archelodon and Venusaur are relatively bulky and mid-speed. I mean, besides the King Gambit on Marco's side, I think everything else should outspeed it naturally.
Scott could also go for the Calm Mind before the Baton passed.
Yep.
That would be a huge boost for Scott to then Baton pass into the Archelodon or even the Venusaur. Like the Charizard is really good into the Venusaur matchup, but seeing the Sableye Marco might just leave it at home as well.
Yeah.
Because Manual Rain is just so good into Charizard in this format.
Yeah, so he might want to leverage the Glamora, the Garchomp, the King Gambit, and then I feel like Marco might want to preserve the Basculegion for the end game so that he can get those last respects.
Yeah. Do we know what item is on the Glamora yet?
Potentially, my guess is Focus Sash, just because that's what's doing really well at the moment.
Yeah.
Whimsicott and Sash Glamora. It just hits a lot of things for super effective damage.
It does. But also it could be it's a potential mega is all.
Yeah, exactly. So there's those mind games there.
Yeah.
And if Scott is unaware and thinking that it is the mega and then gets tricked with the Focus Sash, that could put him at a disadvantage.
Absolutely.
And then if it is a mega... so we're jumping into game 1 now.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention was that Sableye might have Will-O-Wisp, which could really slow down Marco's offensive Pokemon.
I don't think it has Will-O-Wisp. We've seen fake out Light Screen and Reflect from it from previous games, and it might have Rain Dance. I actually can't remember what it's for.
Sure. So we have the Esparthra and Sableye lead, and Whimsicott and Glamora for Marco.
I think we're going to see that Calm Mind. No, just straight up into the Lumina Crush.
He's saying Whimsicott is more of a threat to me at the moment.
Or at the very least that he needs to put some damage on.
Maybe wanting to break a potential Focus Sash.
Yeah, like Focus Sash could be on either of these two Pokemon.
Yeah.
And he probably doesn't want to put that toxic debris.
True.
Double in here is just Marco responding, going, "Hey, I think your Sableye is going to be more trouble now later than it is now." And just dealing with it straight away.
Yeah, and you're potentially, I mean, most Esparthra want to protect turn 1 to get the speed boost.
Yeah.
And maybe he was thinking, I can advance my board state a little more if I just double up into the Sableye now. Instead of wasting a turn, doubling into the Esparthra.
He's going, yeah, and it's the Sash on the Glamora, okay.
So maybe turn 1, Scott was reading a Protect or a Spiky Shield into the Glamora.
Yeah. And whereas next turn it's not going to really matter as much. But that poison absolutely matters.
That Esparthra feels so bulky now behind that light screen.
Yeah. Even though it's bulk, I don't think it's got the greatest bulk in the world, does it?
No. And now Scott's in a really good... It was a good switch for him, because now he's in a really good position where he can safely go for a Rage Powder into a Baton Pass if he wants to, but
needs to. I think
he doesn't.
Just the Marcher Gotcha will get it.
He doesn't need to this turn.
Nope. No. I think, yeah, Scott's just saying, no, you can do whatever you want. The Trick Room comes out anyway, and just yeah. So the Esparthra was more of a liability than anything else at that point.
Yeah, because like setting up the Trick Room, he definitely doesn't want to Baton Pass the speed boost into the Archelidon.
Yeah, I can imagine Marco's reaction to the Trick Room was probably to use some gamer words. You know, yeah, some fricks or hex.
So we now see the Garchomp coming out from Marco's side, and under Trick Room, the Sinister is just going to go for a Magic Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think
finish
this is
off
just
the
a Dragon
Glamara,
Pulse.
and potentially bait out a burn on the Garchomp. But a double up just kills it, which is surprising.
Yeah, just gets knocked out. That's going to leave Scott up 3-1, sorry.
Yeah, and we see the forfeit come out for Marco.
And yeah.
That was a pretty clean game.
Yeah,
game one.
like, not much point in Marco continuing on.
What do you think Marco can do into game 2 to
I think
what
that
Scott
leading
did?
the Glamora was probably not the best idea.
Mhm.
I don't think Glamora is that great into this matchup. I think that if the King Gambit has low kick, which it likely does, it's a fantastic bring. As I said before, Charizard's not the greatest thing to bring into this particular matchup. due to manual weather. And yeah, so Garchomp and Dakota both be safe picks. I think King Gambit's also really good, and that would just leave the Basculegion, which, assuming it's Scarfed Basculegion, I think is a pretty safe pick.
I think, yeah, I think you're right. I believe Marco got caught out by the leads from Scott.
Yeah.
It seems like he was anticipating maybe the Archelodon coming out.
Yeah. Well, every game so far that we've seen on stream with Scott, he's led the same lead of Sparkler Sableye.
Which is so safe.
Oh, it's such a
because
safe
it
lead.
just gives him the opportunity to set up the board states that he wants to.
Oh, and we see that.
And we do see an adjustment from Marco's side. We got the Garchomp and the Charizard. So Marco didn't see the Venusaur last time.
Yeah, Venusaur didn't come to the party at all. Instead, it was Sinister.
So I wonder what his thinking is behind bringing the Charizard here.
Probably just he needs something that can just deal more damage. Like, Charizard is such a safe hit for damage in most situations. And if Scott doesn't have the Rain Dance on that Sableye, again, I don't know what his last move slot is. It's gonna be, pretty dangerous for Scott if he doesn't have the Rain Dance.
It feels like Marco is just putting the pressure on Scott.
Yeah,
saying you can only do a couple of things. You can only set up Reflect, you can only Fake Out, you can only Will-O-Wisp, but you can't do all three of them at once.
Yeah, you can do one of these setup moves at a time, but you can't do all of them.
So,
And
and
that's
as
gonna
you
make
can see, one Earthquake pretty much put them down to 50%, so
Yeah.
another double up should,
And the last move slot from the Sableye is confirmed,
yeah.
which is just going to make this Charizard bad.
And I wonder if he calls out and goes for a Weather Ball and says, you know what, even if you got Rain Dance, I can get damage off onto you. And we're going to see...
It doesn't really
It is
matter.
the Weather Ball, so he does read it.
It didn't really matter too much in this situation because it only went down to 50 HP.
Yeah.
Like, it would have died to a heat wave either way. But
course.
the Weather Ball is just the confirmed hit. No damage. The question is, do we see the pivot out? I think it's really likely that we do.
So we don't see the Sinister coming out this time, wanting to set up the Trick Room.
And the most important part as well is that Scott doesn't have those screens to hide behind. Meaning
True.
that whatever happens, it's going to be at max now.
But Marco does want to preserve the Charizard and the Weather for later. Getting rid of the Sableye, he has confirmed to win the Weather War.
Yeah, the Weather War is basically over.
Wow.
Is going to be massive going back into that Archelodon with the +2 speed and then the command 9 boosters.
So he pretty much put the Archelodon out on the field as a bait, and then immediately switched it back out into Baton Pass so it can get its boost, while Marco went for a relatively safe play, protecting and switching,
Yeah,
which allowed Scott to get this played for free.
Yeah, and he's just read that Marco's not going to bring in that Charizard yet.
And
which
goes
just
for the
gives him
Electro
the
Shot.
Free Electro Shot, which is huge. So long as it survives this. And we see that the King Gambit hasn't gone for a Sucker Punch here. Probably reading that Marco's not running Sucker Punch from the King Gambit.
I wonder where Scott goes from here. Did that Archelodon outspeed the Garchomp?
Yes.
Is it Scarf?
Don't know.
Because if it's Scarf, he's now locked into Electro Shot, which would be really bad.
Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. It's just, I think it's max speed timid. Yeah, because we had the leftovers confirmed from round 1.
True. True. So what is... What does Scott do from here? It seems
I
like
think,
he's in a
I
bad
think
situation.
the safest move here. I mean, that's pretty good. But the safest move here would just be life tube, I think. If he's got it. Of course.
Does the Archaladon... Oh, yeah.
Yes, because...
Then with the stamina boost, I don't think King Gambit has enough offense to get rid of this Archaladon now.
Not even close. Yeah, so he just goes for this. That's just getting rid.
Yeah. So this turn, the Charizard's going to come back in, reset the sun. Do you think a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball? I mean, he could go for a Rage Powder.
I don't think that the Charizard outspeeds. Also, the Archaladon's on a bit more HP.
I mean, considering that it outsped the Garchomp, I would... Because Charizard X is Charizard Y.
Yeah.
Is it like what, round 150 speed?
Base speed 100.
Okay.
So, while Archaladon has a base speed of 85 and is slower, naturally, it's got +2 speed.
We're about to find out. So he's saying it's more important for me to get some more HP onto my Archaladon than preserve my Esparthra's
I think what's
health.
happening here is he's probably going to let this Esparthra die, and he's just going to go, yep, I'm going to put health back onto my Archaladon and just want to suffer.
This also gives me an opportunity to see whether or not you're going to play the mind games with Weather Ball and Heat Wave. Because if you think he's out of range of a Heat Wave, potentially goes for the Weather Ball, but he could also go for the Rage Powder, and that would completely put him at a loss.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I think now Scott probably wants to just go for a Dragon Pulse.
Yeah, just the Dragon Pulse into the Charizard, just to get rid of it.
And then King Gambit's
And then King Gambit,
open for
like,
it.
assuming that he reads the Weather Ball Heat Wave.
You might want to still just go for a Rage
that is
Powder
the
to
Sucker
prevent
Punch.
the Sucker Punch, but no, he just goes for it. Says, you're not going to Rage Powder,
And yeah, we do see
but
that
it doesn't KO.
actually, I don't think it KOs here. Just barely survives.
Oh,
And we see the luck.
this is interesting now because the Sinister's still alive. It can now go for a Rage Powder.
It can
We
also
know
go
that
for the
Charizard
Ultra.
is slower than the Archaladon.
Yeah.
So
Well, we knew that anyway, and yeah, Marco's just gonna concede.
throw in the towel. He says,
Yeah.
the writing's on the wall. Yeah, the next couple of turns, he doesn't have enough HP or speed to deal with this Archaladon. Because next turn, the Sinister can now go for the Rage Powder. He could protect the Charizard and then try and go into the Archaladon. But he's got so many stamina boosts now that even a Kowtow Cleave is not going to do enough.
It's not going to do enough. And the other thing is, like, he could just protect the Sinister and then Rage Powder the following turn if the Charizard goes down. Or even just go for a Life Dew with the Sinister. Because he knows he's getting the KO on that Charizard once the Charizard starts protecting. And he knows that the Kowtow Cleave is not going to knock out the Chaladon.
Yes.
And it's very unlikely that the King Gambit is going into the Sinister because the Sinister on its own can't deal with the King Gambit Charizard. But the Archaladon absolutely can.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways that Scott can go about it, and it just leaves Marco with basically no options.
Exactly. And like that last turn that Marco attacked, even though Sinister was on the field, he said, "You're not going to Rage Powder," because he went for the Sucker Punch, but he also went for the Weather Ball as well. If he had gone for the Heat Wave, he would have picked up the KO on the Sinister, which then would have allowed him to not get the Life Dew onto the Archaladon, and maybe then he would have been in range for something that the King Gambit might have allowed the King Gambit to be in range of a critical hit potentially.
Sure.
Well, it's interesting. We didn't get to see the Venusaur come out, but I think there's probably too much threat of the Charizard.
Yeah, like because if you bring the Charizard and I bring the Venusaur, then my Venusaur I can't safely baton pass into it while the Charizard's there. And,
True.
and even still, but at the same time you have Sun, so I bring my Venusaur as a lead and I sleep powder you because I'm faster because I'm chlorophyll.
Yeah, because in game 1 we didn't get any information about the speed of Archaludon versus his other Pokemon, and he also really needed the special attackers to deal with the Archaludon, but he didn't have the speed control with his special attacking Pokemon in game 2 because he didn't bring his speed control.
Yeah.
Probably naturally thinking that he's going to outspeed. Whereas Scott seems to have invested a lot in his speed and his defenses.
Yeah, his Esparthra is a real pivotal part of his team,
that's right. He got the baton pass with the speed boost.
Yeah.
That's why he was faster.
Yeah.
Of course.
Did you forget about it?
I did. I did.
But yeah, like that's where the speed control in Scott's team comes in. He just baton passes a bunch of speed boosts and a calm mind boost to one of his two really good special attackers, and then suddenly, what do you know? I have a thing that's faster than whatever you've got.
Yeah.
And you can't do a thing about it.
Exactly. And I think it was I was unsure what Scott was up to when he had Esparthra and Archaludon on the field at the same time, but he was just using it as a bait so that he could switch in the Sinistcha, then baton pass into the Archaludon. And yeah, gets away with it for free and sets himself up for a sweep and a really good end game.
Yeah.
Where Marco, with two offensive Pokemon on the field, felt like he couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Now, out of all the Pokemon you've seen in this tournament so far, what do you think the most spicy one is, other than Charizard X?
We did just see a Mega Garchomp, which I honestly have not seen very often.
And I think the Mega Garchomp is in Top Cut as well, because Connor's, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Connor in Top Cut with a Mega Garchomp of all things is pretty funny.
We can't see it on the screen right now, but I really did enjoy seeing Jason's Mega Golurk.
Yeah.
I personally got... I didn't see... I forgot about the Unseen Fist, so I tried to go for a double protect and he got an attack off into my Pokemon.
Yeah,
it was ultimately inconsequential because it did like 5%, but
yeah,
it could have been really bad.
It's really. I still feel like Jason was absolutely robbed at the end of his match with Connor. Did you watch that on stream?
No.
So he got down to just Corviknight versus the Golurk, and Corviknight, which had on Connor's side had Unnerve instead of Unnerve and +4 defense. So it had been intimidated a couple of times, so it wasn't doing a lot of damage to Golurk because obviously Body Press can't hit Golurk, so he was going for Brave Birds and just relying on recovery from leftovers, and it was basically doing nothing while Golurk was doing something like 27% with Ice Punch. And yeah, so he's about to win, but then Brave Bird crits and knocks it out.
Nice.
So yeah, definitely a harder game because all three games went down to the wire, but at the same time, Jason was wrong.
It was a pretty cool 3-set match. I think the other thing as well, because Unseen Fist only works with, is it contact moves?
Yeah.
Or punching moves? Contact moves.
So
and then because he has Poltergeist, but that technically doesn't count as a contact move because you're attacking your Pokemon with its own item, pretty much taking its item and slapping it in its face.
Yeah, I take your item and I throw it at you.
which is why in our match, he went for the headlong rush into the Frostlass instead of the Poltergeist.
Yeah.
So yeah, are we waiting on the other two matches?
They're on game 3 and...
Alright, so we're going to take a bit of a break and we'll be back for the finals.
No worries, be back soon. And we are back for the finals here at Shuffled Park's Cash Tournament. As always, it's myself, Dan, and David here. Now we've got Scott and Connor playing in the final. Now, David, how do you feel about this this matchup?
Let's take a look at it. I haven't seen this composition from Connor's side going up against something like Scott's before.
Yeah, I don't think.
If we take a look at it a bit closer, we've got the Mega Garchomp and also the Mega Charizard, with a couple of supporting sets. You got the Farigiraf that can set up Trick Room. You've got the Glamour, the Alcremie that can go for Decorates under Trick Room. And I think also Connor's team is naturally going to be a bit slower and offensive.
Yeah, for sure. But also we've got, like, on Scott's side, we've got the Sinister that could just reverse Trick if it comes to that.
Oh, and we're jumping into game 1 already.
Yeah, I sure hope we see some Mega Garchomp gameplay. It would be very cool.
So
Scott
on
leading
Scott's
his tried
side,
and true lead. Meanwhile, we've got the Charizard Farigiraf lead that I think both of us were really expecting.
So I'm curious if Connor wants to set up the Trick Room. It's definitely going to put a pin in Scott's plan to get those speed boosts and baton pass into his Pokemon. And he could also just go for like an offensive option turn 1 as well.
Yeah.
Get some damage on the board. While Scott probably wants to set up screens with his Sableye.
Yeah.
And maybe wants to just go on the offense straight away with this Espathra.
Well, we don't see any switch outs, which I was half expecting to see. It really doesn't seem that fair, especially with the threat.
Yep, so we see the light screen come out from the Sableye. And he is just going to go for the Carmine. He's going to say, you know what, you can set up your Trick Room, but I'm going to make myself bulky enough that it's not going to matter. Next turn, I'm going to Baton Pass into one of my Pokemon.
Burn on Sableye is pretty deadly.
And then I'm just going to protect my Archaludon with Sinister, with the healing from its ability, Hospitality.
Yeah, the question is, what does Scott read?
So he's got the Carmone boost on the Espathra, so it'll definitely live another Heat Wave.
Yeah.
As we saw it do around 60 to 70% from that. And then in the rain, it's not going to do anything. And the Charizard should move first now. That Trick Room is set up. And he does call the rain dance and goes for the Weather Ball. And because the Espathra's moving second, it's a pretty free Baton Pass.
Yeah.
Into, I am going to call the Archaludon.
Yeah, I think Archaludon is a pretty safe pick for Scott.
Yes, because now that the Archaludon is in under the rain, the Charizard either has to switch out or take an Electro Shot.
Yeah, and
so Connor's
the thing
a little
is,
bit on the back foot at the moment.
Electro Shot doesn't have any, like, Connor doesn't have any good switch-ins to the...
No.
Like, he has stuff that will... Oh no, he has Garchomp.
He
I
does.
stand corrected.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't have any real drawback to clicking Electro Shot now. If he switched into Garchomp, Scott preemptively goes for the switch into Sinistra, so
The
that
light
he can go
screen
for the
here
Rage
doing a
Powder
lot
next
of
turn.
work.
And Connor says, you can set up light screen? Yeah, I can
I
set
can
up
do
light
it
screen
too.
too.
Hey, look, I did it too.
I think Scott has enough HP and defenses that he's going to be able to wait out the Trick Room turns. And then once that happens, the Archaludon's going to be so boosted that, and already with the speed boost from the Baton Pass, that it's just going to outspeed and sweep everything.
It's just going to not matter from Scott's perspective. It's just going to be like, yeah, what are you going to do? Set up Trick Room again? Watch me just kill you.
I'm curious if there was another game where Alcremie could have decorated the Farigiraf, and Connor didn't go for it. I wonder if he wants to go for it now, because he currently has 2 support Pokemon on the field, which is not really putting on a lot of pressure.
Well, there is a world where we see that. Like, this Spirigraph does know Twin Beam. But we just see the Creamy just go back.
So he does bring out the Charizard and puts a stop to any potential Electro shots. But does Scott fall for it, or does he just go for a Dragon Pulse?
Knowing Scott, he's probably expecting the switch in.
Or at least covering for it.
Yeah.
And we know he gets caught out. And he does go for the Electro Shot. He does get the boost. But this turn, he's effectively doing no damage. Which leaves this Charizard to go for a potential Heat Wave. And we'll probably get about 50% on this Archelodon, is my guess. We could see the Frigoraph go for a Helping Hand to help boost that. But also, this Charizard might want to protect as well if he thinks that the Electro Shot is targeted into that slot.
Yeah, like, it could be either. And the pretty safe switch out into the Esparth. Just letting, again, just like last game, we saw the Esparth just let itself go down.
Yeah, he's happy to sacrifice this Esparth. So Connor's going to go for a safe turn this turn, just so he doesn't take any damage from this Electro Shot. And then next turn, he can go for an attack.
Especially since these, the light screens
and the Twisted Dimensions just returned as well. So the Archelodon and then the Esparth are the fastest things on the field right now.
Followed closely by that Charizard, but
yeah, I think Connor's in a really bad position.
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
in such a.
Well, let's see if the double up
The
picks up
double
the
up
KO.
does
It
not.
doesn't because of the Creamy's light screen.
Yeah.
This Charizard is now free to go for an attack and does about 60%. That's not bad damage. But unfortunately, the Charizard will probably die to another attack.
Unfortunately for Scott, the Trick Room is just going to overwrite anything Scott can do.
It does, but I think what Scott can do in this position is he probably wants to protect the Archelodon, get another tick of leftovers, and then maybe swap out into the Sinistcha, get enough healing that, or he sacks the Esparthra, then he gets a free switch into Sableye. He can reset up the Rain Dance, and then Charizard is not going to do enough damage to be able to pick up this Archelodon.
Would you imagine if that Heat Wave just missed? That would have been so unfortunate for Scott.
It would have been unfortunate for Scott, because I think he was really counting on the Esparthra going
Yeah,
down.
and luckily for him it did.
And he might have doubled into it with that Twin Beam, just to guarantee that he picks up.
Yeah. Now, do we see Scott try to reset the rain, or do we see the healing from Sinistcha?
I think it's going to...
The healing from
goes for the
Sinistcha.
Sinistcha. Okay, so he's saying, if I get some recovery from this hospitality, your Charizard does not have enough damage to KO it.
Charizard absolutely not killing my Archelodon. Archelodon is very safe this turn.
Exactly, because also with the Sinistcha, you're playing the mind games of the Rage Powder. Like, you can go for the Weather Ball, but I can Rage Powder you and kill your Charizard anyway. So even if you go for the Heat Wave, we saw that the Archelodon lived the Weather Ball easily.
Actually,
it's definitely going to live the Heat
and
Wave.
the miss on the Sinistcha is actually really here, because we just saw that Sinistcha is slower than the Frigoraph.
Oh! And Connor goes for a skill swap into the Sinistcha and gets himself a hospitality boost.
That's huge! Massive! Oh.
And the Archelodon returns with
Dragon Pulse into that Frigoraph, just getting rid of it.
Into the Frigoraph.
Yeah. He's just saying, look, stop all this nonsense, I'm going to lock you out of the Weather War, and now when the Sableye comes in, which I think will likely happen when the Sinistcha goes down.
He might want to, now that he's got a couple of turns Trick Room left, he might want to go for that play that we talked about earlier where he protects the Archelodon, lets the Sinistcha go down, and then brings in the Sableye
Sableye.
for the Rain Dance.
Yeah, and like this would be a very safe turn to do it because, as we saw just before, the Sinister is slow, and henceforth will be able to get a life due up first,
True.
and that will be absolutely massive.
And
Yeah, we're
if Connor's
seeing
expecting a defensive play, he could go for a Decorate onto this Charizard,
Rage Powder.
which would put Heat Wave in range next turn.
Oh, the Decorate into the Sinister.
Oh, but he Rage Powders the Decorate away.
And do we get the miss? No. Oh, that's actually. Ooh!
Oh, Sinister.
Sinister surviving and
Holds
then
on
healing back up.
to a Charizard Heat Wave. And now the sun has just naturally ended.
And we've got one turn of Trick Room left. I think that the Life Dew is, again,
Life
super
Dew,
safe to go
Dragon
for.
Pulse.
Yeah, Life Dew Dragon Pulse. Easy.
I think Scott's got this one locked up.
Yeah.
If he just plays the next couple turns correct.
Yeah, like Connor's no slouch either, though. If he plays perfectly, I think that Connor definitely has a way out here. Like, yeah, the light screen will maybe keep this, Charizard safe.
I think we see a Heat Wave, and then maybe a Dragon Pulse into the Charizard. Oh, that was close. A crit could have
A crit,
picked up the
yeah,
Charizard.
the crit absolutely would have mattered.
Yeah. So
I
it
think-
definitely wasn't over. And Scott actually makes a read and say, "You're going to protect the Charizard this time."
Yeah, and again, just like that, like before I was just saying, Connor's no slouch. He's not a bad player. He's quite a good player, actually.
Yeah, that's why he's here in the finals.
Yeah, and so he's made that read, thinking that, he's going to just read the protect, and so he said, "Hey, if you read the protect, you lose."
And he could have, like, if there
Oh, we
was
see
if there
that.
was still another turn, of Sun, and or he got a crit, and that Archaladon goes down, it's over for Scott. But we still have another Pokemon in the back, which I think you and I both didn't realize.
Yeah, we just.
So.
Yeah, we know you're giving us this info. We're just so focused on the game.
Focused right now, but this Corviknight might be able to bring it back.
Yeah.
Let's see what he goes for. The Trick Room has ended, so this Archaladon's going to be moving first. Goes for a Dragon Pulse and picks up a KO into the Charizard, and now it's just the Corviknight left over.
Yeah, which is about to flinch to the fake out.
And now the Archaladon's free to go for Electro Shot with support from the Rain Dance with this Sableye.
I think a pretty safe play again is to protect on the Archaladon and go for the Reflect, honestly.
Because they do have a light screen up, and the Archaladon is at +2 at the moment. So I'm wondering if the
It's a
Corviknight can
+3.
hold on, and if it can pick up a KO on the Archaladon. It is boosted already, so I don't know if an unboosted Corviknight can pick up a KO with
Okay,
Body Press.
so we're just going for the
But I think we're going to find out. I think we're going to see how much
I mean,
it does.
+3 on now +4, so
Yeah.
it's quadrupled its attack.
Can
Or
it
it's,
hold
or it's
on?
3 times its attack.
Because I don't think the Sableye has an offensive attack. Through
It
light
has
screen,
fake out and that's it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
more
it's,
than enough.
it is over for game 1. That was an intense game 1. Truly worthy of a finals.
I don't think that Corviknight had much to do in that end game.
Nah.
That the Archaladon, with all of its boosts, is just so much of a threat. It was easily able to wait out the Trick Room turn, so the Trick Room ended up being inconsequential to the end result, and it just Scott preserved that Archaladon perfectly.
Yeah.
He got that Carmine off on the Espathra, got the Baton pass, set up screens, set up weather, supported it with the Sinistra, with its healing, but also the Rage Powder.
Yeah, funnily enough, he never took advantage of the healing factor with Sinister past hospitality. Like, he could have gone for a life tube multiple times there pretty safely.
Which tells me he was pretty confident in
that he was just going to go through.
Yeah, because if that Archaladon goes down, he doesn't have any other way
His game plan's done.
To go through.
Yeah.
Exactly. And one more turn of Sun or a crit on that turn of Heat Wave before Trick Room ended, and it would have been over for Scott. But you can't rely on luck to get you your wins. I wonder what kind of adjustments Connor will make leading into Game 2.
We see the same old lead from Scott. And yeah, the Al Creamy lead.
Oh,
straight up.
Our Creamy into Charizard. So Connor's like, okay, you can get your Carmine boost, but I can also boost my Charizard as well.
I don't think that... No, I think that he's just going to see the speed boost and say, no, that's fine. I'm going for the Sableye. I think the Sableye is pretty safe here.
Yeah, and I think he was correct to leave Frigoraph behind, or at least in the back, we don't know yet.
We don't know.
And said, you know what, the Trick Room didn't really matter in Game 1. Instead of trying to get speed control, I'm just trying to match you with getting the boost in offense.
It might be the case that he's correctly identified that one of these two is the thing that needs to go earlier rather than later.
And Scott comes out with a fake out into the Al Creamy and says, I'm going to get myself ahead in the boosting department.
And Scott's just going, no, I need you down. And he goes down to the Sash. Something that we knew he had on Sparthrough, but Connor didn't necessarily know.
And doesn't fall for the potential Rain Dance play either. He says, I'm going to cover for all possibilities. And
yeah, I hit you for neutral damage regardless of what you do.
Yep.
I don't care about your... I don't care about you hitting me with the good old Weather Ball. I'm going to live it anyway, and I'm just going to switch out the Baton Pass into my Archaladon, and that's all she wrote.
Exactly. So Connor got away with getting a free boost on turn 1 with the fake out into the Archaladon. But now what does he do on turn 2? He has to click Baton Pass now, or his Sparth is going to go down to another attack.
Yeah.
Instead we see Connor make a switch.
That's an interesting switch.
Which is very interesting. I think he's preemptively
He's probably reading the rain. Just like going, yeah, he's got a Rain Dance, and so Archaladon, and I'm going to let him switch out, but then I'm going to switch out back to my Charizard and just get rid of it.
But then, like, I get it, he wants to preserve the weather, but now what do you do? He's now got his Archaladon in basically for free with a Carmine, with a speed boost, and Connor again is stuck on the field with this Al Creamy and Frigoraph.
Yeah, at the moment,
support Pokemon who can't do much to
at the moment,
any of these Pokemon.
That Al Creamy is has been more of a liability in this game than it has been a help. I think, like, it's gotten stuck in this exact situation twice now. Its Decorate got Rage Powdered, and it got Fake Out at turn 1 when it was probably going to go for the Decorate. And there's just not much that Connor can really do in this situation.
Yeah, I bet Scott's feeling very free right now.
Yeah.
Just to boost, he's like, in game 1 you switched in the Charizard and switched off my Electroshock. Who cares? Like, you switch in Charizard and what?
And I will just Rain Dance again.
Next turn I'm going to go for the Rain Dance. And I've got you so far on the back foot that... I feel free to click Electroshock either way.
Yeah, click Trick Room, see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like Connor's really scrambling at the minute, trying to find a play, and I don't think he has enough time. I don't think he has enough resources to figure it out. Scott is so boosted up. He's got the Carmine. He's now at +2. He's got the speed boost. He's behind screens. Like, we know Weather Ball doesn't KO. Twin Beam's not going to do anything to this Archer.
Yeah, and Scott can just Rain Dance, and yeah, there we go. It's no longer a stab Weather Ball to the Arcalidon.
And yeah, he can get rid of the Sableye.
Yep, that's probably what he's wanting to do.
But then what? Oh! Skill swap into the
Oh,
Charizard.
that is interesting.
A
Yeah.
great play, but without getting rid of that Sableye,
It's still not
enough.
doing enough. Yeah,
He's probably going to get this Electro Shot. Who did he target?
he targeted the probably I would imagine the Charizard.
So Sableye, it's interesting now because they can both go for Rain Dance and they both can go
And
for
here's-
the skill swap again, but
Yeah,
Charizard can protect this turn if he's anticipating the Electro Shot into that slot.
or you could do that. Yeah,
Oh, we do see the adjustment into Goodra.
Goodra is a really interesting choice because we've seen it use Body Slam. I think we've seen it use Body Slam.
Body press?
Body Press, yeah, and heavy. We've seen it use Dryable and I think Heavy Slam as well.
Okay, so Connor skill swaps the...
And now Drought. Oh my lord, this is kind of gross.
Wait,
yeah.
how did that happen?
He skill swapped to the Sableye. So now Sableye doesn't have Prankster. There's Drought.
Yes, yeah.
So if he wants to keep that Prankster going, he
I
has.
mean, under Trick Room, he's just going to die this turn.
Yeah.
And then he wins the Weather War.
Well, Scott doesn't win the Weather Wall at all.
No, Connor does.
Connor does, yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder what he wants to do now. Does he feel safe enough that he can set up the Goodra and maybe give himself an opportunity?
Sableye's slow enough that it doesn't
Still
really
slow
matter.
enough. That's really disappointing.
That's really funny.
After all that work, Sableye is still faster under the Trick Room
And
is
interestingly
able to
enough-
get the Rain Dance off.
Interestingly enough, this damage probably isn't doing anything because Scott probably just brings Sinistra in anyway,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it does nothing regardless.
Weather Ball in the Rosane, in
Yeah.
the rain,
Oh,
resisted,
I think this is +4.
+1 Carmine.
No, but this is now +4 special attack. I'm pretty
Yeah, this Charizard is not going to
No.
survive this.
It goes down, then like you bring in either the Esparthra or whatever he's brought in the back, probably the Sinistra.
Yeah,
And
most likely the Sinistra.
Kudra is strong, but outside of Trick Room, it does not read me.
I
And we
get-
see Scott win to it.
And I get what Connor was doing there. He had a plan and he had to go for it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor.
Yeah.
Considering that the Sableye, I don't think he was expecting the skill swap into the Charizard.
No.
But he went for the Rain Dance anyway, so maybe he was. And then he definitely wasn't expecting the skill swap into the Sableye, but then the Sableye still undersped under Trick Room, so it didn't matter. And it's like,
Yeah. I think he wanted to. I think the case was where it was like, yeah, I Rain Dance. If you don't skill swap, then I have the weather advantage regardless.
Yeah, I think it's a very heads-up play for Scott to cover for that. I certainly didn't see it coming, but you know that's why Scott is our champion for today.
I mean, I definitely thought that the skill swap was coming again. I just thought it was going into the Stanima instead of the Prankster.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. It just seems like Scott had Connor on the back foot that whole game 2.
Yeah, and especially game 3.
There was no game 3.
Oh, sorry, game 2. Yeah, no, you're right.
Connor made the adjustment into our Creamy and said, you know what, you can get your boost, but I can get your boost too. But unfortunately, that Sableye was such a thorn in Connor's side.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said, I'm going to fake out your Creamy. And then turn 2, he lost the ability to go for it because he wanted to preserve the sun and try and win the Weather War.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part as well is that Connor didn't really have the ability to scout. I mean, he might have known already what Scott's full Sableye are, but he didn't have the ability to scout if it had Encore, which was, I think, really, like, you know, really of a detriment to it. Because while Choreograph wasn't out, he wasn't able to use any sort of status moves to set up.
Yeah, and like in game 1, we didn't see the fake out come out from Sableye because Choreograph was on the field.
Yeah, and
so
then,
I don't think he was expecting the fake out play. Without the fake out, I think Connor could have been in a better position.
yeah, for
But
sure.
still, I think maybe he could have. I think he needed to bring out Gudra and start setting up, because those body presses would have been really helpful into the Archelodon. But then you'd need something to deal with the Sinister, which would have eventually come in. So maybe you lead out Gudra, set it up, and then have your Charizard in the back, so that you can deal with the Sinister and play it from there. But I feel like Connor didn't feel like he knew what to do into Scott's team.
Yeah, a lot of the case when it comes to playing against Scott's team that I've seen today, people just haven't known how to deal with it. And I think that surprise factor is what is largely credited to his victory today. Like, no one was running any taunt, no one was running, really, outside of King Gambit, no one was running any dark type attackers. And no one, there was no, like, something that would have been really funny is, like, Doug Trio with a Arena Trap. That would have been really funny.
Yeah. But yeah, Scott played incredibly well, and credit to his team building and also the way that he approaches his gameplay.
Yeah.
He was very confident in the fact that his Archelodon can live every single attack that Connor sent his way, and preserved it and protected it correctly, where it could just sweep through.
Yeah,
each
I
game.
think it's just the case that he's played so much with Archelodon that you just can and can't live.
Yeah, and you can see that, and you could also feel from Connor's side that he was struggling to figure out a game plan into it. I can see where his thinking was going, and I probably would have gone in the same direction myself.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Scott also preserved information from his team, and having the closed team sheet definitely helped him
Yeah,
in
being
game 2 with that fake out. So
like, as well as that, not using Life Dew in game 1, just preserving that information. I think that was probably what he was going for, because he didn't need to use it.
yeah,
And so, yeah, he just was able to hold that information, and then in game 2 he probably could have just gone, hey, I'm going to Life Dew, you're going to die.
So yeah, congratulations to Scott.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see if he wants to have a chat about his set. I'll be right back.
For sure. Yeah. But yeah, no, huge congratulations to both of our finalists, especially Connor for making it to the finals of the tournament with Mega Garchomp of all things. Like, I'm curious if that Sandforce ever came up, but yeah. But yeah, we're back here now with Scott. Now, Scott, you've come fresh off your victory here today at Door Park. How do you feel?
Hello. Yeah, great. That was one of those matchups where it felt like a really strong team. Yeah, the match before versus Snarlspam, I just couldn't handle it. But yeah, it's a good feeling to. I haven't won a local for, I don't think, this season, to be honest.
Yeah?
So it's good to
So it
actually
feels good to be back on
get
top.
a win at the locals.
Yeah, and like round 1, you beat the person who won the last cash tournament they ran here. So you showed him who's boss, and now you've shown Connor who's boss. Yeah, did you think that Mega Garchomp was ever going to touch the battlefield in this matchup?
Honestly, no, just because it gets that little bit slower, and the fact that I'm already outspeeding the Charizard, I assume that the Garchomp's probably also a bit on the slower side.
Yeah, coming into this tournament, what were your biggest worries about?
Snarl and Struggle Bug.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, the spread special attack drops.
Yeah. Not anything like taunt at all.
No, because I've got mouse hold for the taunt, so I can always redirect the taunt. You got the Sableye fake out as well.
Yeah, and for some reason, taunt has just been ever presently absent in this format.
Which is surprising because there's a lot of stuff that it would shut down.
Yeah, just like no one wants to run it.
Yeah.
I guess on ladder it makes sense that there's no taunt.
Because it's closed team sheets. You don't know what you'd want to taunt.
Yeah.
And, like, it feels bad if you go to taunt something and you just get clapped in the meantime.
And as well as that, like on ladder, like everyone's running the same 6 Pokemon, none of them die to taunt.
Yeah.
So no one's really
So, yeah, the
practicing
same
with
thing
anything
again
that
and
has
again.
taunt. Yeah. But yeah, like, are you looking forward to the format changing at all or evolving?
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how what they do change each regulation.
If you could change one thing about the current regulation, what would it be?
A couple of them more megas have been good. I was really psyched about using Golisopod.
Yeah, I'm still so excited to try out Staraptor.
And I feel like Golisopod would fit on my team right now as well. Like,
yeah,
just the rain and the physical attack.
And it'd also be a good choice to baton pass into.
Yeah.
Because even though it's not a special attacker, it appreciates the special defense boost.
Yeah, and the speed as well.
And the
to get
speed,
onto it,
the speed is massive for it.
I hated going up against the Spathra on ladder, and then I was like, it goes really well with the Chaladon, so I might give it a shot. And yeah, it's worked out pretty well.
What David and I were just talking about is how clear it is that you've played just so much with our Chaladon that you're just so confident with what it can and can't live.
Yeah.
Like there were multiple turns there in game 1 where I was like, oh yeah, he could just go Life Dew and then just be safe for the rest of the match, and you just never Life Dewed.
Yeah.
Did you just know that you weren't going to
look,
die?
I hovered it a few times, but then I was like, I thought Sinistcha might be able to outspeed Alcremie, which was stupid because Alcremie is super slow. But I was like, if Sinistcha can move before Alcremie does, and it gets the +2 Machigotcha into the -2 Charizard, I'm like, that will kill it anyway. But yeah, in hindsight, I probably should have done the Life Dew Flash Cannon play.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I was like, I'm sure Arch lives it.
Yeah, like words. After game 1, I was like, oh, maybe he's just holding it. That's probably what he was.
Limit testing a little bit, just kind of like seeing what you can get away with.
And just withholding the information to make sure that Connor doesn't know have it.
Yeah.
Kind of like how you faked out the Creamy in game 2, and he was probably going to decorate on Charizard that turn.
Yep.
Yeah, and
I was like, worst case scenario, I don't want this thing getting a decorate onto it. So yeah, I was like, I just want to. I'm like, I've got my sash. He doesn't know I've got a sash because he hasn't seen it. So I'll go for the Carmine into the sash play and then just pivot from there.
Yeah, and just fake out the decorate to make it so that he can't.
Yeah.
Because
then if next turn, like, if he decorates after, it doesn't matter because you're going to have Arch on the field with the rain and he can't ever get an attack off without swatching Charizard out. So it was like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, like, he went for the skill swap plays to make sure Drought stayed up.
Yep.
Did you read the skill swap onto the Sableye?
Yeah. So the first time he did it, I was thinking he'd try it, and I was like, but I've got enough HP, I've got enough leeway that I can just reset it the next turn. Like, even if he does it, I'm not taking much damage because he's got rain when Charizard attacks.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh no. I don't know what I worked out in my head, but it was okay in my mind.
Yeah, are you aware of the new open team sheet changes they've made?
Yeah, so you're adding the natures to it.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Not a fan. I like having some information hidden.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same as well.
Like, it's definitely, it's even playing field, right? So you both get the same information.
Yeah.
But it's just nice to have a bit of history.
There's also certain Pokemon and certain players who can take advantage of that more.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're going up against someone and they've got, say, I don't know, a Sneasler, and you see that it's adamant, you know that it's not going to be able to reach a certain speed.
Yeah. Yep.
And whereas the optimal play is to play a Jolly.
Yeah.
Regardless.
And I think like it does force a lot of people into the faster. Like,
yeah.
But then at the same time, if you know you're slower, you can play around it. I'm not a fan of it, but it's not gonna end the game. Like,
yeah, no, it's not. It's far from it.
Like, if you play well, you'll adapt.
Yes. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Maurice. You have a lovely day, and enjoy your $150.
Oh, I will.
Was it $150?
It's 120, but close enough.
Close enough's good enough.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining in. Yes, we'll see you next time.